600. All right. It's probably everybody, right? I'm in still. 61. I've missed this. 73. So close. Again, the last four numbers, 6173, going once, going twice. Sold to me. Fabulous. Okay. Next ticket, here we go. Let's try this one. Here we go. Okay, last four numbers, 6033. 60. We got a winner? Chicken dinner. Over, bring it up. Or let me see what you got. What you got? See, they're very excited for you. You got golf clap. He's a winner. That is official. What number do you want? What number do you want? 11? He's saying 11, Melissa. He would like to see 11, please. Show him 11. What has he won? What does he want at number 11? What have you won? I don't. Oh, Marvelous Designer. Oh, a free copy of Marvelous Designer 1 year. You're going to want to go see Daisuke right there. He's going to give you your license key right now. Congratulations. All right, let's continue on. Another one, another one. What do you guys say? Yes? Everyone says yes? Good, because I'm just doing it anyways. All right, here we go. Ready? Last four numbers. 6, 1, 8, 1. 618, well, we got a winner? Did you win? All right. 6181, let me see that ticket. Let me see that ticket. Oh, no, that's a 2. I'm just kidding. I did make you look again, though. That was fun for me. This is my only hosting duty today, so I'm having some fun. Okay, what number? You're walking away. What number do you want? Wait, where's my numbers? What happened to my numbers, Melissa? There we go. What number do you want? I know it's a tough one. Do you want me to tell you what's in them? Good, because I have no idea. What do you think?
I'll go with 12.
12? We want a 12 over here. What do we got on 12? Bay 12. What do we got? Oh, character creator, Real Illusion. Go see Mr. Daisuke over there as well. Go to the table right there. He's waving his hand. He'll say, yo, thank you. All right. We're going to do some online ones now, okay? We're going to do some onlines. Okay, just keep in mind, there's still Gentle Giant and Capcom Street Fighter tonight, too, going on rest of this today. So let's do some online ones. What do you say, Melissa? You show me what they're gonna possibly get. I'm just going to keep rolling the bowl in here. This is a lot of fun having the bowl up here. I like this. Okie dokies. Ready. I'm going to put this ticket back in so it's ready to go. So we're going to constantly be giving giveaways, right? So for those that are like, what are these tickets all about? Make sure you get in your registration desk. Get your tickets ready to go, okay? Because we'll be giving more between all of the presentations. And again, we still have Gentle Giant today, which are coming up next. And we still have Capcom Street Fighter. All right, I am going to go over to my little handy dandy iPad here. See what we got here for winners. What do we got? Melissa, are we good or am I moving on? Yep, we're good? We're good? What are we showing? What do you got? This standing right here with that light right there is just like in it. All right. Okay, so what do we got up for a giveaway? Oh, okay. It's coming. And graphic. Again. All right. So someone online is winning a 1-year subscription to the Gnomon Workshop. We'll be giving those away here, too, on site as well. So online, we're going to have a winner here for a 1-year subscription of the Gnomon Workshop. Go ahead and give me a winner for that. Congrats. Andro, congrats. You have just won a 1-year subscription to the Gnomon Workshop. We have your information saved. We have your information saved. Okay, Melissa, we can do one more? We're going to do one more, Melissa, or no? Yeah? Yeah? We're going to do one more? All right. Show me what you got. All right, remember for those online, you're going to register near the end of the presentations. We'll be redoing the registrations after every presentation. So a lychee slicer from Mango. So this is for 3D printing. You're going to get a license of lychee slicer, which is actually here for all of you here physically. They're out there with all the 3D printers. Get over there and check out their booth. Do we have a winner for that as well? All right, we're going to have a winner for that. We'll put it in the chat who the winner is for the lychee slicer. And again, don't go anywhere. We got Gentle Giant coming up next, and followed by Bruno. Bruno, you won. Bruno, you've won. All right, so we're going to keep it going. She wants to give another. Melissa's feeling good. She wants to give out another one over here. All right, let's give another one out. Gentle Giant crew, you could go right over there, or Jeff. All right. What do we got here? What do you got? What's the next one? What do you got for another one? We'll do another online here. I got to come back here so I can see who's the winner or who we got. That light. What do you got? What do we got? Ooh, Faceform, a ZWrap. The ZWrap plugin, they're also here. So for those of you who are physically here, if you haven't seen it, they are here to show you. And we are giving those away also here to you in person. But this is also for the online person. This is the online person. Yeah, I wish you were here too, Matt. You should be here. Get down here. Matt just says, wish I was here. You should be here. No excuses over here. We got no excuses. Could be far. Who knows where Matt is? Who knows where he is? All right, so we got the plugin, the winner for Faceform, ZWrap plugin. Autumn is our winner. Autumn, congratulations. Congratulations on winning that. Wonderful. Are we doing one more or no? We'll do one more, just one more. Let's do one more. We feel good about this. They're getting mic'd up anyways, you know, we're just trying to entertain. Apparently I'm not that entertaining anymore. I get it. It's fine. Yay. Oh, ooh. Wow, that was just a wonderful pity clap. Thanks for that. That was awesome. That really made me feel bubbly inside. Appreciate that. Okay. Oh, here we got here. An all-access ZBrush Jewelry Workshop. Great workshop for sure. This is fantastic. Thomas Littlebach is always showing some amazing stuff with jewelry and ZBrush. You'll learn a lot from him. And that group over there, Eric Keller as well. So this is a great one to win for those of you online. So we got the ZBrush Jewelry Workshop. All right. Let's see what we got as our winner. It will be put in the chat so you know you are a winner. Thank you. Thank you for the kind comments. Again, we're going to be moving on to Gentle Giant soon here. And Eugene is the winner of the all-access membership to Jewelry ZBrush Workshops. That's fantastic. All right. Okay, so again, don't go anywhere. We've got Gentle Giant coming up next, followed by Capcom for Street Fighter as well. All right, you guys ready inside here? All right. Let me hear you online. That was good. Thanks, Jason. Thanks for the support back there. All right, so we'll be back in a little bit here. We're going to get Gentle Giant up, and then we'll be following up with Capcom. Don't go anywhere.
ZBrush allowed for digital craftsmanship in the entertainment industry. And before that, you were pushing and pulling points, or you were grabbing an edge and pulling it from one side to the other, or entering text in a field. And what that meant was that a technician who knew how to use the software was actually the most important thing. And ZBrush came in and changed all that. They allowed artistic abilities to surpass technical know-how, which for the first time really empowered and favored artists in digital media.
Learn jewelry design and object fabrication through ZBrush. Expert, beginner, and every skill level in between. ZBrush jewelry workshops can help you bring your digital dreams into reality. Taught by leading industry professionals. Use the offer code SUMMIT to get a $100 discount on membership.
I wasn't like the prodigy of drawing. I was just looking at how to improve my art. So I started taking Gnomon classes. I was the youngest person in my term. I came out of high school, so I kind of had to have this mentality of, was I ready for Gnomon? Got the internship at Legacy Effects because they really liked the creature design work that I did. And then they hired me, and I was working there 4 years. As long as I'm doing character work, as long as I'm telling a story, that's really all that drives me.
Hey, it's Ash, or you might know me as A-Cube from the ZBrush live streams. ZBrush in the community, though, has been fundamental in building my confidence as an artist and person over the years, as well as formative in my career. I started watching the summit years ago back in animation school, and that motivated me into learning ZBrush outside of class and on my own. And I will never forget using Snakehook for the first time because it was the very first brush that I ever used, and it's stuck with me ever since. It helped me to explore and find my own style in 3D, and I use it a lot on stream still. At that point, though, 3D was no longer this daunting task that I could never learn this skill on my own, and now I gesture inside of ZBrush as freely as I would my own sketchbook. Plus, it makes art even more fun for me, which is honestly, at the end of the day, what counts. Anyways, I wish I was there with everybody, and I hope you have a great rest of your summit. Cheers!
every single week, there is new artwork that is awe-inspiring.
ArtStation helped me get to this job where I am today.
Being able to see their work on ArtStation and then reach out to them in that same space is really helpful.
Literally the entirety of our artists who work here, we found and originally connected with through ArtStation.
You really can't find more amazing artists in one place.
Hey ZB friends, my name is BN Vichanar. I am working currently in Technical Art Games India as art director. I've been using ZBrush from past 16 years. For me, ZBrush is a digital clay which never dries, and it gives artists to take the creativity to next level. I believe ZBrush is not just a tool. It gives inner peace. It also gives wings to your creativity. It's always helped me to take my sculpt into very next level of sculpting. Today I am here because of ZBrush. ZBrush has helped me to grow as an artist, and it has given me to reach out, different artists, different culture through my artwork. And I would like to thank ZBrush for this wonderful opportunity. Happy ZBrush Summit.
We're here. We're back. Everyone's ready for another one? Woo! Yes, the energy level is rising. I love it. All right, well, that was my hosting duties today, but we have to hand off to a... Oh, thank you, everybody. That meant...
They love you. Very much so. It's okay.
A lot. Does everyone remember what this was in the very first summit? Does anybody remember what that was? No?
It's a throwback.
When I used to do this, everyone would go, awesome.
Come on.
This is practice. Ready? Go. Ready? 1, 2, 3. All right, I have to bring it back. That was the very first ZBrush Summit. So we're going to hand it off here. I'm going to walk away. We got Mr. Ian Robbins is going to take over hosting duties for Gentle Giant.
Hello, hello, everyone.
This is your first in person as a hosting, and you used to have sitting in the audience and say, one day I hope to be up here.
Yeah, I sat right there.
Oh, you're in the spit zone.
Yeah.
Well, guess what? You're now hosting.
Yay!
So you got to a whole nother level. So I'm going to hand it off to Ian. You all keep enjoying the show and the stuff outside and online. Wherever my camera is, there it is.
That's one of them.
And that's one of them. And then we'll continue on. And don't forget Capcom's after Gentle Giant. Ian, take it away.
Thank you, thank you. Hello, everybody. How are you guys doing? All right, all right, all right. Well, we have a fantastic group, and I'm not going to bore you with my jokes either, because that is not going to be fun for anyone. So without further ado, if you know anything about VFX or collectibles or just anything awesome visually, then you're going to want to listen to Gentle Giant. Everybody.
Cool. So, hi everybody. My name is Jason Lopes. I'm the Director of Additive Manufacturing at Gentle Giant. I have about 20 years of additive manufacturing experience, all 3D printing, you name it. What we thought we would do for today's panel is actually take Ian, our host, and walk him through our studio, what we call follow the process. And we're going to take Ian and scan him and then turn him into a physical avatar, which we have up here that we can pass around and show everyone. So we'll have numerous clips. We'll start off with our demo reel, and then it's designed to, after each clip, we can engage with some Q&A. If the Q&A starts preventing the next clip, Ian will get us moving, and we'll do a full Q&A at the end as well. But we wanted it to be interactive. So without further ado, we'll start with our demo reel.
And I will pass this avatar around.
Yes.
Let's do it. Let's start over.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What's going on, everybody? My name is Ian Robinson, and I am here at Gentle Giant Studios. I'm sitting with Carl and Jason, and we're here to showcase what goes on behind closed doors, as much as you guys want to divulge, of course, and how collectibles, toys, and that process actually works. So if we can go through and first introduce ourselves, let's start with Carl.
I'm Carl Meyer. I'm founder and CEO of Gentle Giant Studios. And yeah, been in business for the better part of 30 years or something like that. So it's been a while. A lot of changes and growth. So
that's fantastic.
Yeah.
And you are?
My name is Jason Lopes. I'm the Director of Additive Manufacturing here at Gentle Giant Studios. I've been 3D printing close to 20 years. I started in special effects with 3D printing, and then I actually left for an OEM to learn more about materials, etc., to come back here to Gentle Giant Studios.
That's fantastic. And of course, you know, if you guys are here at the summit and you're watching this, I mean, we're going to be going through a whole process as I understand it. It was gracious enough to have you guys call me in and you guys did a scan. So we're going to talk more about that. But can we just go over the general process and maybe even some of the history of what Gentle Giant Studios is and, you know, why you guys make a difference every single day?
Well, let's see. Going back to the very beginning for me, as a musician trying to make it in a rock and roll band and just hitting a point where I went, I'm not going to make it. Yeah. And I stumbled into the toy industry, really. I started going to the toy stores or any kind of consumer product store, and you can look at anything on the shelf or anything that exists and basically reverse engineer it in your head by feeling the tolerances and looking at the parting lines and kind of having a basic understanding. And then, of course, you learn a lot more as time goes on. But that got me my foot in the door. I remember the first test sculpture I did was a Donald Duck. And I still have a piece of it. It's not good.
You got to start somewhere.
It's not
right?
good, but it got me in the door. And, you learn so much from all these other talented people. And I ended up moving out of that studio and starting my own studio because I was driving down to Hermosa Beach from Valley Village, Studio City area, realizing that all the licensors, all the studios, or most of them, were up here in Burbank. Disney, Warner Brothers, DreamWorks, Universal, Cartoon Network, Nickelodeon, on and on. There's lots up here, and on the other side of the hill, too. And I just realized this is where I got to be. Hanna-Barbera was around, so they were one of my first big clients of getting work, and I just basically walked in the door and started, selling myself and doing the work and delivering it before the deadline at that time was unheard of, and I was just that eager, and that was kind of how I started. Yeah,
I think the other thing, too, like asking how it was adopted here, I think one thing that ZBrush doesn't get enough credit for is, I feel, in my experience, that our industry, entertainment industry, has the most traditionalists that have transitioned over with their craftsmanship into a digital playground. You have a lot of software out there, right? Look at architecture and things like that. AutoCAD came out. However, there's such a steep learning curve into jumping from drafting table into that. It's a little overwhelming. When you look at the transition of Carl's studio going from traditional clay making and sculpting into digital, ZBrush as a tool is a true artist tool. And I've always thought this, and I don't think they don't get enough credit for this, meaning I can take a traditional, someone's been sculpting for 20, 30 years, and probably within 4 to 6 hours have that person off on their own sculpting. Because outside of just some of the things that we need to go over, pretty much it's like a one-to-one transition into this universe where it's the same tool sets that they have, it's the same techniques, things like that. Mesh manipulation. I mean, it's amazing what it now opens up as a traditionalist and in this digital workflow. And you look at other industries that are doing a lot of CAD and geometry creation. It's all based off of a drawing, etc. Whereas ZBrush, how we can now go in with our craft and just manipulate that data, that mesh like nothing else, is truly something to say for itself. So I think, having a visionary bring it in is a huge part of it. Yeah. And then all the other ingredients in that stew are, like ZBrush, really making a true artist tool. You don't see that a lot. I've tried to use
the artists themselves.
Exactly.
The creative, collective, collaborative, working together, taking things from the physical world and making it digital, or something from the digital world and making it physical at whatever size, scale, or whatever deliverable.
Oh, that's awesome. And I couldn't have said it better myself. So thank you guys for sitting with me. We're now going to go ahead and we're going to start going through the shop. You guys are going to give us a tour so the audience can see what you guys do, and we're really excited. So
it would be
let's
nice
do that.
to follow the process of bringing you into a product.
Yeah,
of some sort.
I'm super excited, so I can't wait to see it.
So that opening up of the history and what we're all about, you know, Carl's vision of this, a lot of people don't realize Carl pieced together technology at a time when no one knew anything about scanners, no one knew anything about 3D printing, but he was able to see that's where his company needed to go to keep up, to get iterations out quicker, to deal with changes, deal with scale changes, shrink rates going into manufacturing. It's a pretty special place. So we're going to officially start into the follow the process of this project of that of the avatar that's going around of Ian. Does anyone have any questions on the history? Because we can take a couple questions in between each segment.
Any questions? Or are you guys excited?
Okay.
All right. Yeah. All right, take it away. What's going on? So as you know, right now we've been at Gentle Giants and they've been walking us through this whole shop, and we are actually in a trailer, and I am greeted by an expert in this field. Can you explain who you are and what you do and why we're in this amazing trailer?
So my name is Alec Talian. I'm the lead scan technician and 3D artist here at Gentle Giant Studios. So we're in our 24-ton trailer that we call the Juggernaut. It has 109 5DSs and one 750D. It's one of our most powerful arrays that we have at the studio. We scanned a multitude of actors in here, from Brad Pitt, George Clooney, Henry Cavill, Gal Gadot. And we've actually done a cougar and the cougar's cub in here at one point, and then we've done all the Star Wars shows from Book of Boba Fett to Ahsoka, and then some other Star Wars shows are coming up in the future, and now
you're going to scan me. If anybody's
Yeah.
wondering why I'm in this outfit right now, it's
Yeah.
because you're going to scan me next, because there's a fun process that for a project we've actually been going through the process of, which has been amazing so far to see it. But I mean, it's, besides the name drops, I mean, it's just awesome. You get to work with this, you get to do scan data. Is there anything about the process that you would say is unique for beginners to know and understand? Because as you know, as technology keeps increasing, 3D scanning and 3D printing, that's becoming more aware. So in something like this, what would be a great way to showcase like how somebody can get into this?
So I would say the first thing is start looking at how to scan, because this is kind of photography on steroids. I mean, not kind of, it actually is. I would say start just looking into scanning and then kind of learning the principles of how this stuff runs.
Yeah.
I mean, essentially, our triggering system is essentially the shutter remote for the entire array. We have the ability of controlling every single camera in here individually.
That's so
And if we
cool.
wanted to do some bullet time scanning, we can actually definitely do that. We have full control of these cameras. So
Really?
I would say just start looking into scanning and start researching it, start doing some scans.
Yeah.
I mean, the place I started was actually scanning rocks, but I didn't want to just scan any kind of rock. I wanted to scan rocks that were alive.
Yeah.
So I started scanning fossils, and that's how I started out. And so I would say that for students, maybe start scanning fossils instead of just like a generic rock, and then go from there and start scanning a car, maybe scan a couch. If you have access to your own personal drone, scan your own house. And
so scan anything.
Scan
That's just really
anything. So that's what I would say.
Okay, perfect. Awesome.
Yeah.
So that's Alec sitting up here, obviously, and if there's any questions for Alec, please ask. Otherwise, we will go, once that data gets ingested, then we have Edgar sitting next to me, who's our rock star in the digital team as well, that will take that scan data and get it ready for its next downstream process.
Scott.
I got a question. You guys were previously in cyber laser scanners, and have you gone to photogrammetry?
Yeah, we're currently, what you saw in the video is one of our photogrammetry arrays. It's one of the two that we have at the studio. So that one's our 5DS array. We have another one that's a mixture of other Canon cameras, so 50Ds. This is no laser scanning. This is purely photos. We're taking 100 photos in a quarter of a second, and then from there, we're able to process all the photos to get a 3D model, which is generally handed off to Edgar and several of the other artists at the studio. But we purely do photogrammetry as our main focal point. But we also do LiDAR scanning, so light detection and range. We have those scanners to scan sets and whatnot. We also have arm scanners to scan little props if need be. So like on Kenobi, we did a lot of the lightsabers, the original lightsabers from the original films. We essentially scan them so that way the prop house can essentially remake them. They can make the non-hero versions of those props. So we do still do laser scanning, just not cyberware scanning specifically. So
I would add the advantage to doing the photogrammetry is you're capturing geometry and texture simultaneously with optimal application ability. So that data can be used for anything that's digital to be animated or 3D printed into a color part. So those are the advantages.
Awesome, great question. Do we have any other questions? I was checking online, you actually kind of answered the other question they had with as well. They had photogrammetry or photometric. If you do, which one you do?
So photogrammetry is the primary one. We don't do photometric scanning at the studio currently, but we are in the talks of potentially moving forward to doing that.
Nice. Any questions in here before we move forward? Cool. Do you want the mic? Here, okay.
Hey guys, love your stuff. Absolutely love it. So I heard that you have mobile scanning too. Is that, do you take it on set or what stays at the studio and what's mobile?
So of our 5 arrays, every single one is mobile. So we have 4 body arrays and then 1 head array. Arguably our head array could also be a body array because we also scanned monkeys in there at one point. We even scanned a 5-inch gecko in there and we were able to get all the scales in view and even all the little details on it. So, but all 5 of our arrays are completely mobile. Our true mobile arrays is our two in our trailers. So we have 2 trailers. One's our 24-ton trailer that you saw right now in the video. We call it the Juggernaut. Our other one's a 12-ton. That's our Argonaut. Those are our Canon dedicated arrays. So those we go to set primarily. In very special cases, if we're going to be on the location long-term, and long-term being like over a year, we will assemble some of our arrays on a stage at a location. But all of our trailers have pretty much been on all the recent Star Wars shows and everything. Well, wherever they're filming, we just move the trailer there and we set it up. So,
ideally, in the very beginning, you weren't supposed to move this equipment anywhere, but we would drag it and put it on set, and every time we did, it was like a lunar landing, so no one had done it before, and things would break, and there's some challenging times there. The very first mobile scan we ever did was a cyberware head scanner out of the back of a truck, and we dropped it on the set of Fight Club. It's like 1999. So Ed Norton would have been the first person that I know of that was scanned live on set for visual effects.
Awesome. Any other questions? I have one for you. What's the largest thing you've ever scanned?
That's
probably would say a C-130.
Oh yeah, that too.
Like a full-on C-1, like a actual.
Yeah.
So this was actually for, I believe, The Gray Man. I could be wrong. For the film The Gray Man.
Yeah.
We were actually out on Long Beach and we went to the old Boeing hangar and they had a C-130 parked there. So that was actually, no, I shouldn't say the largest. We did the Queen Mary.
Yeah.
Actually, I shouldn't say it.
Yeah.
So C-130 would be second, but the Queen Mary would be the actual largest.
So scan anything.
Scanning, yeah.
Do it.
Yeah.
And that guy right there, Jake, he was.
Jake Martinez and Steve
right
Cross
there.
are the 2 that scanned the entire Queen Mary painstakingly for over a week.
In a day.
Oh, it was in a day?
Yeah. He went in the smokestacks too and got the inside. It's pretty cool.
Oh, shoot.
Okay, I'll answer this.
Barbie doll, the original Barbie doll.
No,
for
this is a fine. You guys don't know it was a fine art project, and it was scanning a nail for a fine artist named Urs Fischer, who had to have every little scratch on that nail in the enlargement that went on display. I don't know how accurate it was because it was pretty small, but that was, I don't remember the scanner we used on it, but that's the smallest that I recall.
Cool.
That's something. Cool. Any other questions? Okay, we got one more over here. Let's do it.
So you mentioned about drones. What kind of drone do you use to scan data, like outside, and also the software you use? Do you have a preference, like a Metashape or Capture Reality?
So we're currently using a Mavic 4 to do our drone scanning. As in software, we'll interchangeably go back to Metashape and Reality Capture. I won't go into the specifics which program we use so much for. I think Reality Capture we use mostly for all our character stuff. But we'll switch between both programs depending on the situation. So.
Awesome. All right. Well, we're going to move forward. So if you are thinking of questions, lock them in. All right, so I just got scanned. I'm now dressed in normal attire for everyone's safety and eyes and such like that. But I am here in the digital room, and we're going to be talking about the process. And I would love for you to introduce yourself, who you are, and what you do, and just tell the people what's happening.
Yep. My name is Edgar Karapetian, and I'm the lead 3D artist in the digital department. I'm the one that takes care of the data that's pushed out of the cameras, and then we run it through RC, and all the cleanup work gets done by me. So we do stuff for printing or for visual effects, for digital doubles, that sort of thing.
So this basically, like, they just took 1,000 photos of me, and now you're the guy that comes in and cleans it all up.
Pretty much,
And it's looking pretty good and stuff like that. I mean, I'm impressed. I mean, it's just my likeness.
Yeah, no, it's incredible, like the amount of detail that it gets out of those cameras.
So what's a typical process for you? You take the files, and then what happens? How do we get them into ZBrush?
Yeah, so the photos will get ran through RC, which will be done by one of our other team members usually, or whoever is handling that one. And then once that 3D file is sent to me, I take it into ZBrush. We scale it depending on what our clients want. And then we just begin the cleanup process. So that could be like little flyaways or like filling in little pieces or merged finger bits, stuff like that.
Yeah. And when we did the official scan, but usually there's like a hair cap and so forth. So in that process in here, we actually did a scan that was a nice clean scan that wasn't filmed, that actually has the hair cap and stuff like that.
Yes.
So what's the plan now? You scanned me. Where are we going next?
So now we clean it all up, make sure it looks good as like just a standard scan of you. There's nothing weird about it. And then it's going to get sent over to one of our other artists that are going to turn it into something else.
Nice.
Yeah.
Now, so in ZBrush, are there certain features you like to lean on a little bit that actually help you do your job quicker? I'm a Dynamesh fan, just gonna throw that out there.
Oh yeah. Dynamesh, we definitely use Dynamesh. It's pretty much like all the like from Dynamesh, ZBrush, projecting, all that sort of stuff.
Nice.
Going in and using like a few brushes here and there doesn't, like, it's not anything crazy. Your clay buildup, standard stuff.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for showing this process and talking about it a little bit. And I think we're on to the next step. So, great stuff. All right. So you guys saw a lot of me. I'm so sorry. But it was important for the scan process. Could you talk a little bit more, like what would be the difference between why my shirt was off in the actual scan and why I had my shirt on during the test shots?
It's better just to have like a nude as it can be scanned to transfer it onto like the avatar thing that we were doing of you, and especially for costuming. So like any sort of film that needs a character that's going to be in a superhero suit, they need to have them be just wearing their underwear so they can build it exactly to their form. So that's why we would do just like bald cap, underwear. That's pretty much it for those types of scans.
Yeah, and you guys made me feel extremely comfortable, by the way. Really awesome. The team is impressive. Do you have a question? Here,
Wax sculpting?
Carl, question.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure there's people working in wax. There's people working in every way, but more productive for what we do. 3D printing straight to a final, the resolution has gotten to that point where we go straight to final if it's going to be some kind of tooling master. There are many machines that print in wax, but it's really a lost wax used to burn out into metals, used for jewelry quite a bit and some types of sculptures. But our process at Gentle Giant went completely into ZBrush probably 15, 16 years ago, 100%. And that's because it allows any artist that can work with that tool to be able to work on just about any type of deliverable that we have. And when you have a company and you rely on one avenue or diversity, you know, you hit a strike, you know, for scanning, we hit a wall. I mean, a COVID, that did a lot to knock a lot of companies out of business. If it wasn't for our diversification and working with all kinds of different deliverables, you know, we wouldn't have survived. So that's just trying to have a wide footprint in the snow so you don't sink.
Yeah, awesome. We have a question coming on from online. If somebody wanted to try to start scanning from home today, and they obviously cannot afford 50 or 100 impressive cameras, what would you suggest they start with to start scanning today?
I would say just use your phone.
Yeah.
Start using your phone. So take your friend, have them lay on a wall, just take a bunch of photographs of them all the way around. Because really what we're doing is, if you take one photo, that's not going to be enough for the computer to understand what it's seeing. If you take enough photos around someone's face, it's going to be understand like, oh, the shape is shaped like this, the lips are shaped like that. Just go around it, and when you shoot the photographs, you should shoot them so that way when you flip through all the photographs, it looks like an animation. If you do that, it's pretty much guaranteed that the computer will be able to read the photographs and create a model from that. If you want to go the extra step, put a ruler on top of their head so that way you can scale the after effects. So if you want to 3D print your friend's head,
exactly.
That's a good tip.
I can't stress that enough, what Alex saying. During the pandemic, actually, before I joined Gentle Giant, I was working for a company called Carbon to learn more about materials. But I was actually utilizing iPhone 14, doing custom CPAPs for infants at Stanford Research, where we would take at least 40-something images of patient, and we actually used a Coke can for scale reference inside. And then there's a program out there called Meshroom. And you can bring all of those images into Meshroom and see it solve right in front of you as a preview. You can ditch photos that didn't come out good, and then you can get your 3D print, your 3D output from there. It's actually really powerful and easy.
Awesome. Do we have any other questions here before we move forward? Yes. Would you like the mic?
So my question is in ZBrush. A lot of the time when I work on scans, I would use mask by intensity. Is that a tool that you guys use often, or do you have any other tools to bring back from like the color map that you'd recommend?
Mask by intensity, I personally never use it. The way I go about it, I'll isolate a section and tackle it piece by piece as I'm going up the model, just for efficiency's sake, because some of those scans are like 40 million poly, 50 million poly. It's super big. So,
if you haven't used it, if you put your color map on, turn to a poly map basically over the model, it'll give you the height data basically from the texture. It's a pretty nifty tool in the rush.
Cool.
I've used on TV shows.
Nice.
Thank you.
Awesome, awesome. Actually, Paul just showed you all something. What was this? All right, one more time. Come on.
Awesome.
All right, cool. You guys are doing fantastic. Any other questions? Yes, I'm coming to you.
Hey, thank you. What's your sort of rough turnaround time from scanning to a finished 3D file?
So
pretty much less than a day.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
And it always depends on the subject matter. So if it's like a Star Wars character with like 1 million pieces of armor, clothing, all that, especially if it's anything that's like completely black or glossy, that requires a rebuild. Some of those, they won't come out in the scan. So we'll have to sit there and remodel out the armor based off all the scans, all the reference that we have. But regularly, yeah, a day, I'd say.
Any others? No. Okay, cool. I'm glad my face made you laugh. That's awesome. All right, let's continue forward.
So before we get into the next part, we're going to go into our program manager that oversaw the creative sculpting of Ian's avatar. We have a crew right now actually on the East Coast that are representing us at Toy Fair. So you'll see Adam on the screen, but he is not here, obviously. But just wanted to put that out there, and we'll answer as much as we can.
All right, so as you can see so far, we've already gone through an incredible process of going and getting scanned and then going to the cleanup process. But of course, there's always somebody who has to art direct or oversee that process. So I'm going to go ahead and let you please introduce yourself. What do you do and how do you do it?
I am Adam Van Wickler. I am Director of Creative Services here at Gentle Giant Studios. I've been here for 17 years now.
Awesome.
So I'm part of the external prototyping department. So we're basically work for hire. So Hasbro, Mattel, Diamond, Dark Horse, Funko, you name it, they come to us and they hire us to create prototypes. Mostly toys, collectibles, statues, mini busts, action figures, lots and lots of action figures. So I am the guy who is art directing everyone here in the studio, and I'm the go-between with all of our clients. So basically, Jason and Carl came to me and were like, hey, we scanned Ian, and we want to make him into a statue. So I got your scan data. I went to one of our digital sculptors, one of our best digital sculptors, Renee Aldrete, and had him open up a previous Avatar Na'vi statue that we made. He made some modifications to that model and also put your face on it.
Wow.
So I've got it right here if you want to take a look.
Awesome. Yeah, let's go ahead and take a look at this. Wow. And so the process of this, like, it's not as simple, I'm assuming, as taking my face, slapping it on, and saying, there it is, right? There's some blending, some smoothing that's going to happen in that process, right?
Oh, yeah, for sure. And we started applying it to the model. We did have to do some pushing and pulling to make it match proportion-wise. And obviously, we were just trying to get it to look good on the Na'vi body. But luckily, you have the same kind of tall, skinny guy, so it worked out very well.
Awesome. No, and it came out super cool. And what we're looking at right now is, of course, the grayscale version of this. And it's just so neat to see how that process is coming together. So as you're art directing, what are some key elements that you look for that call out to you that says this is not good versus this is good?
Well, we tweaked the pose a little bit, and we also made it work so this could all be produced in one solid piece, so that way you're going to go see it printed.
Oh, so yeah, I'm so excited
to go see that. But we did it typically for something that we're mass producing. We'll cut and key elements for mass production. Okay. But because this is more of a one-off for just you and your family to enjoy, we kept it all as one piece. So we wanted to make sure that certain items weren't going to break and were backfilled. The tail has multiple points of connection along the body. Same thing with the braid, your Na'vi braid, so you can plug into a banshee. And then, we tweaked the pose a little bit, so it is going to be a unique one-off piece besides adding your head into the mix. So once we got the head scan, it was mostly about blending it into the whole Na'vi head shape.
That's so awesome.
that was the main point of action there.
Yeah. Now, how long does a process like this take? Because from the scan side, they were like, okay, it could take 2 to 4 hours.
Right.
I wasn't super complex, and luckily I did a few things that was nice, like keep my fingers apart. So here, how long does this process take from getting it slapped together and getting this concept together to getting it approved?
That's an awesome question with like a variety of answers. So basically, when someone comes to us with a new project, we generally, like whether it's an action figure, statue, or mini bust, we generally ask for about approximately 4 weeks to first look.
Okay.
Now, with that said, we've done things overnight before.
Okay.
You know, so it's like, you know, clients have come to us and they're like, we need something
right
tomorrow.
Now.
And, you know, we do a lot of projects for big shows like San Diego Comic-Con. We did the Super 7 Thundercats Lair for them.
Wow.
So this big, giant piece. And that 4 weeks, I think, start to finish, from printing out to painting. So we can do things a lot quicker. Yours was a pre-existing statue that we were modifying and then adding the head to. So this only took us a few days. Nice. It was generally pretty fast. So
wow.
Yeah.
Well, it looks amazing. I'm blown away that now I'm part of this world in some way, shape, or form. So it's really, really cool. Any last, like, right now, obviously, we're at the summit and we're having a lot of people ask about, like, how do I get into this? What is there something I do? These are very common questions artists in their early careers ask. Is there any advice you have to a younger artist who's watching this now and saying, I want to get into collectibles, I want to get into toys, what should I do? What's the process?
I mean, I mentioned it to you before. We are like 99.9% ZBrush here in the studio.
Yeah.
We're using it to do all of our prototyping work for action figures, statues, mini busts. I think, obviously, anatomy, always going to be important. Everyone loves sculpting monsters and putting monsters into their portfolio, which is great. I love looking at monsters. I love buying monster toys.
Yeah.
But anatomy is key. And also, delving more into the 3D printing world, making watertight models that actually are printable. So that's a very important part if you want to get into product development. So
100%, yeah.
doing that for sure.
Awesome. And I can see here real quick, I just want to call out the fun that is happening on your desk.
Yeah.
Can you just tell us a little backstory on this before I let you go back to work?
A lot of the stuff that I have going on in here is stuff that we've worked on and stuff that I'm also a fan of. I'm a giant toy nerd. I never grew out of it. So toys, comic books, everything to me.
So cool.
Very big action figure fan. And a good chunk of it is stuff we worked on that I've bought. My collection at home is even crazier.
Nice.
Everyone always asks how I can work at this desk, but I manage. And it is a stand-up desk, but good luck trying to put it down.
Yeah, I was going to say, you got enough underneath.
Yeah,
Very
exactly.
Cool. Well, thank you for showing the process and going through like this step of the stage, because right now, as you can see here, as we're going through this whole section with Gentle Giants, is that we're able to just showcase this whole process and really get to that. And it's neat that we can come in and talk to you. So thank you so much.
Pleasure.
It's been a pleasure.
Welcome
and I'll let
to
you get back
Pandora.
to it. Thank you.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
All right. I have a pop question for everyone here. How many toys do you think he had on his desk? I have no idea. That's the answer. It was a lot. Do we have any questions? Yes.
This is probably really stupid. Did he have a 3D model in Photoshop, one layer? Was he rotating it in Photoshop?
Yeah.
I believe so. There's an extension, right, with Photoshop and ZBrush that works like that, kind of, I think. For
Kind
like
of, sort of,
painting,
just a
I've
little
messed
bit.
with the one that
Not
for
the-
like textures. I've messed with that one where it throws it into Photoshop.
We have the Z plugin for Photoshop. You
Yeah.
can send that straight in, but not the 3D model. But you
Yeah,
can
yeah,
throw in renders.
Yeah. So Adam's very innovative because he constantly, with all, like how he was focusing on anatomy, so with all the action figure work, think of the wrestling figures, things like that, it's a constant back and forth getting approvals. And Adam's developed a way to very rapidly take in-progress 3D data out of ZBrush and get it for review. He'll probably have 2 to 3 conference calls a day on certain figures that are going on, certain franchises that we're in the middle of right now. So it's really amazing. Secondly, what you don't see there, everything on his desk, one of the reasons why I always wanted to join Gentle Giant is I've been printing for a long time. And normally, we print industrial, so we're printing very large things, cutting things up and putting them together. He's developed the way of keying for us. That's unreal. I've been following for about almost 15 years myself, wondering how he's doing this. Secondly, articulation. The articulation that comes out of our studio, I'm blown away every day. And when we're sending a character, let's say an action figure, to one of the printers, you're talking upwards from anywhere from 30-something parts to 64 parts with joints, pins, all of that. I do not do any reprints. We got it down pat, where within an overnight, we're into cleanup and assembly the next day. Our tolerances are just smack dab. Our artists know the ratios of exporting, what we need for clearance, glue gaps, things like that. It's pretty impressive what that man has. I really encourage you to look him up on Instagram and follow him. He likes to show and talk about a lot of the things he's doing.
Awesome. What else do we? Yes, you.
From the body scan. Yeah, it's the head. No, we just did the full body and they extracted just the head. Yeah.
That means they have the rest of me to do with whatever they want.
Exactly, yeah.
We've already been doing it.
I did consent. Do we have any other questions? You guys are so chirpy. I love it. Awesome.
So as we go into the next session, this is where we start getting into printing. And I think it's really important to know that the way that our printing department is working with our digital department, we're really doing some amazing things. Once the video is done, I'll pass around one of our more recent R&D projects that we've been involved in. But the world's the oyster when it comes to fusing these two groups together. It's absolutely amazing.
Just for some clarity, we call the digital department basically the film services data acquisition team. We're pretty much all digital, but we call them the digital department because we always have, because we used to sculpt primarily traditionally, and if we wanted to go digital, we would 3D scan a maquette, which is still a way to get into 3D, and it's also a great way to get into making figures and stuff at an instant way without getting digital, and then moving on into a digital application.
Do you actually, based on that question, do you actually take people's works who are still doing traditional sculpture and then go in and scan for them? Is that something you still do?
We don't do it, I guess, commercially for products, for consumer products and toys and more entertainment-based stuff, but we do a lot of that for fine art. So that is one of our facets, is working with fine artists and doing enlargements or translating things that they've started into full 3D.
That's also, that's also happened with some maquettes in the past with film as well. So like if they have a creature maquette, they'll send it over, we'll scan it, we'll send it back to them, yeah.
That's awesome, because I just picked up traditional clay.
Yeah.
So I may bug you.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Do we have any other questions, especially in the back? Don't be shy. We still have time, so there are questions about the process. They're here, so you can definitely hit them up. Going once, going twice. All right, cool. Moving forward.
This one, right?
All right, so we're in the next stage. We're in the lab, as I know it right now.
Welcome.
Hey, thank you. This is super amazing. So we've gone through so much already. Again, from 3D scanning me to then going through art directing, and now we're in the lab where 3D printers exist and magic comes to life from that digital to physical. Can you introduce yourself? Who are you, and what is going on in this room that's so majestic?
Absolutely. My name is Jason Lopes. I'm the Director of Additive Manufacturing here at Gentle Giant Studios. And I've been printing close to 20 years, 3D printing for almost 20 years.
That's so cool.
Yeah,
man.
it's pretty wild.
That is wild.
Pretty wild. So you're in a very special place here because there's a lot of the origin technology, like I like to refer to it as, and you're standing right in front of it. It's right behind you. This is the original 3D printing invention, stereolithography, SLA.
Yes.
This was invented up in Valencia, California, about 20 minutes north of here, by a man named Chuck Hull,
Wow.
who's still active in the company today at 3D Systems. And as you see, we have a bust here of him
awesome.
and dedication to him. But this flavor of 3D printing was invented in about 1989.
Yeah, see, that's the funny part. I've been 3D printing now for like 15 years, and I'm still learning that it's that old. And
It's
yet,
wild.
It's changing every single day.
It's changing every single day, and if you're part of my daily conversations and meetings, and you heard me just say the word flavor, because 3D printing is not just 3D printing. There's many flavors inside of it. I kind of refer to it as Baskin Robbins. You have 31 different flavors. You can choose what works best for your palate that day.
Nice.
And that's what it is for us. We have big industrial machines, we have prosumer machines, we even use consumer machines. But it really comes down to what do we need out of the print. A lot of people will think that, they just send their data that we saw earlier in the video to a printer and call it a day, and that's how we do it. But no, here at Gentle Giant, it's pretty special because not only do we make one-offs, but we also work in manufacturing. And what that means is, it's very easy. It's easier to make a single unit.
Yeah.
But some of the things that you see around here, we do in the volumes of 100,000. Even if it's in a volume of 1,000, that's so much more challenging just a single print. So a lot of times we have to look at where's it going after here, what materials can I make this out of that are different than just a prototyping material, and how can we basically make our downstream workflow more efficient for the overall project.
Right.
And that's where I come in. So I really look and try to bring new materials, new technologies to what we can offer here.
No, and that's super awesome because, again, you just mentioned the fact that you do massive quantities, but you also do one-off.
Correct.
And those one-offs are challenging. And so far, you guys have been taking me through this really special process of one-offing me as a character,
Absolutely.
as a Navi. And so, yeah, can we speak more on that process? So in this room, how does that work?
So in this room, so as you saw, you were scanned earlier.
Yep.
So it's either coming from that scan or coming from geometry that was created outside of here. At some point, it's got to come through my department to get turned from digital into the physical world. And that's what's really awesome about it. When you take, ones and zeros and turn them physical, turn them tangible, it just opens up the world. So behind you, we have two of the machines that aid a lot in that, and this is industrial SLA. We have a Pro X950 and an iPro 8000. So, and then on the left-hand side is what I call prosumer alley. These are all available to anyone to purchase, right? We have Formlabs machines, we have a Nexa machine, but this was my idea to bring more 3D printing to the employees at Gentle Giant for them to be able to learn more rather than learning on an industrial machine, how it can benefit and how we could utilize it in the workflow. So on a machine like this, we're R&Ding like a 40% castable wax in case we want to get into jewelry design through ZBrush and then output and do sand casting and do some metal pours on it. We have this here for this is a hot rodded, basically MakerBot, but nothing about it is default. We use this for larger scale form, and believe it or not, we utilize this on a lot of complex painting projects to actually create paint masking applications that will output here in low quality, super cheap, and then hand them off to the painters to put on some complex geometry to mask so they can paint a lot easier. And they'll use that in unison with like silly putty and things like that. Then you saw Adam, and Adam and his team really took your scan into now that maquette avatar world that we were talking about. And what we have here is the grand opening of...
Wow, let's get a close-up on that.
Your figure done in two different scales.
Now, two different scales, what's the purpose for that?
So I did a 10-inch and an 8-inch scale. As we were preparing your actual character and sculpting, we work on numerous other projects, and just to make sure that the scale output of what the artist was doing off-site in ZBrush was either 10 inches or 8 inches, I just made sure we were covered for that output. So you saw in Edgar's desk, you had a 10 and an 8. Here we have a 10 and an 8. And there's no reason for why we did both other than so I can have two versions of you with slightly different scale.
All right. So now what do we have here? I mean, I recognize it as Kid Cudi because I'm a huge fan, but okay, what do we have?
So this was really cool, and you saw the data back there.
Yeah.
So he came in that array that you were in, same array, and we did full color scan of him.
Yeah.
And then we wanted to give him a present on his way out a few weeks later because he was doing so much scanning with us, a lot for his clothing line, for his retail stores overseas. So we decided to make 2 prints of him. And this has not been touched up by hand. So this is right off of a J850. This is actually Stratasys technology. And you can see every detail is caught, just like you saw on that monitor. You could actually see all the tattoos.
Look at that. The wrinkles are everything about this is lifelike.
It's amazing. So this was done in ZBrush. This was modeled and then done in ZBrush. And what this is basically, this is all one print.
Okay, that's the part that is tripping me out. It's one print.
One single print.
Wow.
So basically we have a skull with a flower crown around. And then embedded in a sphere. The sphere sits at 6.5 inches diameter.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for showing us this room. It's so fantastic. We're going to move on to the next step because we have painting and some other elements to showcase.
We have painting and model shop. So I just want to say that Kid Cudi project was my first R&D with the team at Gentle Giant, and Kim Lavery's in the front row. She heads up the scanning division, and she enabled us to really work together and understand color like no one else has done color before. You're seeing color prints outside, and we work with Mamaki, we work with Stratasys. It's an amazing technology. But when you're working with true flesh tone, different ethnicities, things like that, you'll see where those technologies fall short, at least in our standards of what needs to be done with a painter. So we don't bring in a technology like this to replace it. We'll bring in a color technology and actually have head of our paint shop, Scott, who you'll meet in a video coming up, come in and help us drive. How do we do perfect color theory? How do we proof before we get to the physical output? How can we really push the limits of the color like not even the OEMs are able to achieve? It's one thing to, paint up something red and try to output it red, but when you're taking true flesh tones and making sure that they fall within a color-corrected scale, it's not easy work, and we've somehow figured out within a week or so of working together how to do this and take it to the next level. The only thing that was done on that print is, as all 3D prints have, if you look close, they have, layer lines, peaks and valleys. We've developed a urethane type of spray that takes about 7 seconds to spray it. It actually fills in the peaks and valleys, and that's the only physical thing we've done to that print that's walking around or being passed around.
That's amazing. Let's give a round of applause for that process. It's quite amazing. The bowling ball, the skull. Okay, first off,
I have this here. I mean, we're happy to pass it around. It's super, super heavy.
Yeah, it's really heavy. So what I suggest is maybe afterwards, if you want to come take a peek before you vacate, we still have some time. We have at least 35 minutes still left. We have time, but it's super impressive. I know those online. Trust me, it's amazing to see it in person. It doesn't do it justice on screen, but it's still amazing on screen to see. It's quite beautiful.
Seeing all those tattoos, I mean, all that was done was processing and exporting. There wasn't any going in and adding this and that. It's amazing. And then what you see here is, this is just a great example how you can use 3D printing, additive manufacturing to get a job. We were asked at the last minute to provide something for scroll masks for Invasion, a Disney Plus show for Comic-Con, and immediately, everyone first thought there's no way that we can do this in time. It's a rubber mask. Well, all the background that I have in material science, understanding these technologies, we actually printed it in rubber in less than 10 hours. Airbrushed it, painted it, and showed our proof of concept, and immediately got the green light to make 150 of them. So it's really a developing process of how to use these things outside of a prototype. So if you have any questions, please ask.
I'll just say that when Jason came on board with his experience with different materials, particularly pliable materials and clear materials, it opened up a lot of doors for us. And many years ago, we went on a soundstage with Aerosmith rehearsing, and we molded Tom Hamilton's, the bass player's, hand because guitar players throw picks out in the shows, right? Well, he plays with his fingers, so he wanted to throw his finger out. so we molded his finger with a ring on it that says Aerosmith and Tom Hamilton, and Tom Hamilton, yeah, you guys can all come up and touch this too. Tom Hamilton gave me the finger. And so we did it in latex, and they actually are selling on eBay for like $400 from over a decade ago. But latex is, if you're familiar with it, it peels and just gets really nasty. And this is right off of the machine. We're going to pigment the finger, and we're doing this as a separate part. But we'll be able to produce all of these in-house for much less than the cost to do the latex, and this will stand the test of time. So I shouldn't put the finger out there, everybody.
Do we have any questions so far? What's going on? The process has been super amazing. Being a part of this too, by the way, I just want to say thank you to the entire Gentle Giant team for allowing me to come in and actually just plaster my body everywhere. But it's been such a process. I'm curious too, because, I feel like a lot of people who are trying to get into the industry, or just anyone who's trying to just learn for the first time, there's various opportunities in multiple industries. And we touched briefly on how you got started. What was like the thing that put Gentle Giant on the map?
I would say what the turning point was integrating technologies, bridging mainly data acquisition, 3D scanning, 3D modeling to fix up whatever you're scanned, and then printing it out in a physical form that was true, with a real geometry. Because I started out doing toys and consumer product-based stuff, and my eureka moment was really a Minnie Mouse bubble bath bottle that we were doing for Johnson & Johnson. It was going to be made out of rotocast vinyl, and it had to be a certain size. And if anybody's done any professional approval-based work for Disney before, they know that they have teams of character artists and people that are there to tell you, no, it's not right, no. And the minute they tell you yes, well, maybe they don't have a job, but this is a big, speed bump in the process of getting it done. On the flip side of that, you also have the tolerances of shrink for the manufacturer. So when they tell you, hey, that's the wrong size, to a traditional sculptor, model maker, it's like, you got to make it from scratch. So, and this all was at timing when computer-generated graphics were landing themselves in feature films for special effects and action sequences, and animation went almost 100% CG. And in that case, the geometry was done. It was perfect. You couldn't argue it. And so that just changed the approval process, and that was a huge turning point for putting real geometry and authenticity and the integrity of the real geometry into the product.
That's amazing. Very cool. Any other we had a question. I'm coming to you.
Hi. How do you approach when you have to do like a big project, a statue? What's your technology for printing do you use?
Yep. So what we'll do is we'll basically cut it up, main body. It all comes down to what type of a look the sculpt is going to have. It's going to be dressed with clothes, or is it going to be what I call like the Happy Meal style of dressing clothes. We'll take the lower resolution parts of the body, cut them up, and put them on our Pro X, because that prints parts at about 5.5 feet long by 29 inches deep by 22 inches tall. And it's an ABS-like material. And then we'll take hands, head, things like that, and cut it up in a way so we can run hands and feet in high detailed parts, if you will, on our MJP technology. That's multi-jet printing. It's just like your 2D printers at home, except they're modified with vacuum and voltage to run a photopolymeric resin through them, and it UV cures on the side, slice by slice. So I can print in 12 micron on those machines at a pretty big, decent size. And then we'll utilize we have a little upside-down LCD Nexa machine, because we're actually printing in polypropylene and things like that on parts that we know need that extra stress. So we analyze it, we cut it up, and each part, depending where it falls into a tier 1, 2, 3 level of detail, will get parsed for a specific technology. Does that answer your question?
I'll add to that with if you get into monumental size, like let's say 6 meters or taller than that, which we've done, we use subtractive methods by milling foam at different densities, and the foam's real messy, and it's not cheap, but it's cheaper than this. You got to weigh labor against the process or cost of what other machines will do. Another way to do it is to mill in reverse and then do a negative. So you're creating a mold and putting something together. You just got to make sure that you are working the undercut so that you can pull the parts out and put them together. And a lot of the large pieces that you see out on the campus here, we made those either by 3D printing them in parts and pieces, or sometimes a combination. So the Sauron and the big Boba Fett that you'll see over at the far building near the gallery, those are both one-offs. So one's milled out of a 5-pound foam, and one's milled out of an 8-pound foam, and they're one of a kind. We never molded them. They break, we fix them. They'll probably break sometime along this weekend, and we'll fix them. I have to remind my team.
Be gentle.
They don't want to
with
break it, but no, that's what we do. We fix broken stuff, so we're happy to have them here.
Well, we're happy to have him here as well.
The interesting thing about the subtractive foam route is ever since COVID supply chain issues, foam has actually pretty much doubled or almost tripled in price because of all the manufacturers waiting and scooping it back up once their labor force returned. So it makes, that's now the economic challenge. It might be the right thing for the job, but it's not possibly covered in budget, things like that. So it just becomes very challenging, like on top of just constraints, like economic constraints as well.
Another thing I'll mention about some of the enlargements, there's a elemental display out there that's lit up and it's a bench and it's clear. And manufacturing something larger and clear and scaling up. Anytime you scale, like the whole world changes. You might think, I mean, I did a G.I. Joe and made it life size, but the G.I. Joe is held together by like a hair tie inside of it. And this needs like strapping to hold it together. I haven't even finished it. It's all packed up. But we made a maquette of that elemental theatrical display, that's what you would appropriately call it. And we did it all in clear. And because of Jason's material expertise, we were able to do a working model in miniature and take a lot of the work that we're talking about on working on large things out of the process because we've pre-engineered it. Yeah. And the scaling, it's still problematic, but another thing I'll add to working digitally and using 3D printing, we're fortunate that we use it every day in real time. And using 3D modeling and printing it out in real time on a regular basis builds some kind of mental muscle for getting it done the right way the first time.
Yeah. Carl actually hooked me about 10 years ago. He probably said the greatest statement of what I do with 3D printing. He said, you know, it's more valuable to me in physical form than it is in liquid form. So we pretty much are printing all the time, if not for a project, for ourselves internally, pushing the limits. You saw Adam up there. One of the first things I did when we had a little bit of downtime was, hey, Adam, send me all your articulated joints and let me introduce you to the world of polypropylene and how that can now take a paint master into a functioning prototype for a tooling master. So we've now leveled up our offerings within an already amazing set of business that we've had.
That's fantastic. Do we have questions? This bright light. It's right here. It's hard to see. Cool, cool. Awesome. Continue.
Oh, you're clear.
Thank you. All right, so we're here in a paint booth, and you can tell it's a paint booth because I'm here joined with a painter, and you are?
My name is Scott Akers. Everybody calls me Beardy. I'm the head painter here at Gentle Giant.
Yeah, awesome. And again, I was saying, you could tell it's a paint booth because you have all these different types of paints, tools, accessories. So can you explain for those who may not know what you do? Like, how does painting a maquette or like a collectible work for you? Like, what's that process like?
So basically what we're doing here is we start with the 3D printed prototype or the hard copy of whatever it needs to be, and then it gets painted here with all these jars and all these colors that you see around. They're all generally Pantone colors. That we're primarily creating what's called a paint master.
Okay.
And paint master is a master copy that's used to create duplicates for manufacturing. So primarily what you see is in this case I have a Muppets figure that was done here just recently, and
wow,
this is the original copy that was done, and then what you can see back here is a duplicate copy.
Yeah.
And so this is all done to ensure that when this eventually does go into manufacturing, it's going to match exactly the sample that was approved by the licensor, which in this case is Disney.
Yeah.
So what we're doing is using photo reference and client callouts and any of that material that's created through the process to deco the piece up to spec so that everybody's happy with it. And then once that's all done, it's going to go into production and everybody's appeased, basically.
Nice.
So it's all done with primarily water-based paint with a mix of, airbrushing and hand shading and things like that. And then pretty much after that, it's it's off to the races for manufacturing and production.
Yeah, we're going to move on to the next stage, but again, pleasure and beautiful work, man.
Thank you.
Super
Thank you
jealous.
very much.
I'm not much of a painter myself, so I may have to bug you for lessons.
Yeah, take it up.
So obviously Beardy's not here with us, and none of us are painters, and you would not want us to paint anything as well. But I think it's really important to know that a traditionalist like Beardy is part of the future of the process of technology. This is a big thing. Like just like how ZBrush, it was all the traditional sculptors that came over to learn the tool to move forward. I can only go so far with color 3D printing. I mean, I can give you the best resolution output, etc. But I need a trained eye like a traditionalist like Beardy to sit in and show us how to drive this and really what we can do, right? Like understanding that true color wheel, what comes together to do something. One of the projects that we want to do, Beardy and I together, is basically take a hundreds of year old process of pointillism and see if we can put two opposite colors next to each other within a voxel, and then when you stand back, it creates that third color and fills in from there. So the world's our oyster with using traditionalists and having them be an important part of the future. A lot of people think, oh, you go in color 3D printing, that means you're not going to have any traditional painters anymore. That's the furthest from the case. In fact, we'll probably need more people to come on board to assist with it at some point.
Yeah, let's hear it up for Beardy because he was awesome.
His beardness.
It was such a pleasure to meet him, and yeah, his work is just astounding. So it was a pleasure.
So by now you've all seen that Kid Cudi getting passed around, and I think that's a great collaboration between all the departments coming together to show the standard of Gentle Giant, going from a traditional workforce into a fully digital output workforce. I think it's pretty neat. That shows the whole process of creating Ian's avatar. So we have a couple other videos to outro with, and then we can go into full Q&A if you'd like. You can do faces.
Who has the Kid Cudi? Okay, cool. Just checking.
We're still good with time, right?
So we are standing in a really special room because we see some incredible faces behind us. Can you explain what we're looking at right now?
These are 3D prints. Some of them are pretty rough. Some of them they're right off the machine, basically. Yeah. And they're head scans of different talents, from athletes to actors to you name it. They're
and a wide range of ages, so you're really getting like a capture of just the different type of individual as well as where they were in their life when they got captured. And the likeness is just, it's spot on.
But this one's kind of the most interesting to me is it's Rick Baker.
Yeah.
You guys should know Rick Baker.
Well, first off, if anybody doesn't know Rick Baker, okay, quickly Google Rick Baker because
I think he does more Oscars than anybody for makeup effects, but he's so I've actually looked at ZBrush because I used to sculpt and went, wow, I should get this, and I realized I have a studio full of it, and I just never was able to transition back, and I'm amazed that he's such a Renaissance creative guy that he grabbed that and harnessed it and did some wonderful stuff with it. Yeah. But this was scanned off of Cyberware scanner on Planet of the Apes when he was doing makeup effects for that. But I told him to sit down in the scanner. Actually, I'll still hold that. Sit down in the scanner and we'll take a scan. And he started moving his head during the scan. And I'm like, what are you doing? Hey, you got to keep still. And the scan came up, and it was this. This rough, but it's a Cyclops. He created basically a Cyclops, just goofing around within a minute. And I went, of course, that's what Rick Baker's going to do. He's
doing artist things.
He's Rick Baker, Monster Maker, and
that's fantastic.
It was just really cool. And it shows his constant intuitive creativity, and when something new comes across maybe it wasn't so new for him at that time, but so this is a fun display and great reference. And I mean, you got all kinds of different people. Where Daniel Radcliffe from, I think it's the first Harry Potter.
Yeah.
But we've got him for like 5 Harry Potters. And
Wow. Well, thank you for showing me this area, and let's move on to the next page of it. And
sure.
Let's move through.
Your outro.
Okay, we did have a question from online. Come on. Where is Rick Baker's ponytail?
What's that?
Did you capture Rick Baker's ponytail?
No, not on the scan because the Cyberware head scanner has like a limited bit to capture, and it didn't do a really great job on hair. We did some refined sculpts of him. I did actual bronze of him at one point, and the ponytail's there. But the Cyclops version has never been fleshed out. But he does amazing work in ZBrush, and we worked on the Wolfman movie with Benicio del Toro, and some funny stories here. He did these minibus of Benicio as himself in transition to the Wolfman, and I was just kind of blown away with that. And in fact, I want to make a zoetrope of the transition because it's something he would dig on, and it's something cool to do. And I probably shouldn't speak out of turn here, but he wasn't really happy with the director. He was going back and forth from here to England, and but he stuck it out, and he won an Oscar for that movie, which put him kind of over the line on Oscars for makeup. And then as a thank you to Benicio, he wanted to make a ring for him. So we made this beautiful ring of the Wolfman. Benicio's head is the Wolfman, and put it into silver, much like one of these silver rings. But we needed to get a size on his finger, and so we're trying to track down Benicio. And I called my friend, who did the jewelry, and said, "Hey, I need to get a size on Benicio's ring finger." And he said, "I got it." And I'm like, "Well, how'd you get it so fast?" And he said, "He's at the same gentleman's club I'm at right now." And I came up to him and said, "What's your ring finger size?" And he said, "What are you doing, following me?" And my friend said, "No, are you following me?" But this all happened like within hours. It was just one of the weird-ass things. And I hope I'm not outing anybody on that.
Just when in doubt,
They were
ask.
just doing research, I'm pretty sure.
Roll that out.
No, I love it. That's awesome. Yes. Do we have any questions so far on that wall of heads? Anyone? Anyone? We did have a quote come in. "You're not famous until you're on the Gentle Giant wall." So there you go.
That's not true. That's not true. We're missing a lot.
Oh, all right.
Oh yeah, all different, but down to all the way up to automotive 2Ks out of guns. I mean, it really depends.
I think
Really
for toy prototypes, we mostly use the cartoon color. It's just the easiest to use. It's non-toxic and flows easily, cleans out of airbrush as well. Crystal clear, pretty much. Matte, mostly. Sometimes gloss, whatever's appropriate.
On the prints, like where Scott has been developing that urethane spray, that also gives it a lot of UV resistance. So a lot of things like a lot of the prints that you'll see, figures and things like that, if you put them on a windowsill, they're not going to last too long. They're going to brown. They're going to probably start sagging, things like that. But if you could do a urethane blocker or something like that, or even an automotive clear, right? Everyone always asks me, like, what's the best thing out there like that can take UV? Well, we all have them in our driveways, cars. If you look at a paint job of a car, follow that process, and that will give you a prolonged 3D print that will last you upwards of 30 years.
Hey, can I ask how that ball is so clear? Has it been polished?
Yeah, so I encourage everyone to come up. It's really heavy to go around. Yeah, so when it comes off of the printer, it's full of lines, and you can't see through it. So with any clear 3D print, the first thing I do is I'll take it and just run it underwater. That's going to tell me if it's worth taking forward or if I need to go back and print again. And then we start out literally at, 300 grit. We probably go through 8 to 9 different grits before getting to a polishing stage. There's no spray on this whatsoever. This is all hand polish in about 2 hours. So once we get full polish, then we will now take a 3M deep rubbing compound on it. We'll get that going, wet sand again on top of it, and then we'll fully polish and buff out by hand.
And this was all printed in one piece. It's not put into acrylic, and if anybody's ever put anything into acrylic, they realize there's extreme limitations to heat, and if you try to put chocolate in there or something, you have a mess, and usually you have to make a solid model. But all this printed in one piece.
The other thing that's neat about this is if you embed anything into a sphere, good luck. If you look at it from left to right, it's going to warble. It's going to make you disoriented. So we actually figured out, worked out, got as much information as possible. Maki wouldn't give us too much information on the material, and they're clear. So we actually figured out the refraction index for this material and then compensated that and phased it out with scale. So once we knew that formula, we knew what to scale the embedded object in relationship to the outer diameter of the clear, which we fully reduce a warbling effect. And that's how we move forward doing those things now.
Wow, that's awesome. All right, we have about 12 minutes.
Yep, we have our outro video, and then we'll open it up.
Well, Carl, this has been an amazing tour and a chance to hang out with you. I just want to sit here and say thank you so much. It's such a pleasure, and we're going to go ahead and kick it back to you guys in the panel, but if there's any last words you want to say before we sign off on this video.
Well, it's always a pleasure having you guys, and your technology has helped build this company, and anybody that we've influenced or has influenced us probably. And I just want to say thank you, and we look forward to talking to everybody again soon.
All right, we're going to kick it back to the panel. Happy ZBrushing, everyone, and back to you guys.
I don't know what to
All right, so we all know now what this means. Awesome. Let's do it one more time.
Awesome.
All right. Yeah! That's what we're talking about. Love it.
What did everyone think of that Kid Cudi color print?
We'll let that go around just a little bit.
Did someone leave with it?
No, it's right there.
Had that happen.
Yeah, Kid Cudi did.
Yeah, probably.
So honestly, it's been quite impressive and amazing. Again, I cannot iterate this enough that this whole process was a learning experience for me as an artist as well, but also too to the fans and the audience. I'm sure that you guys have a ton of questions now about what's going on. If there's any ZBrush questions, come on, throw them out here. But again, thank you so much for just having me come on board for this process. It was amazing, so thank you. All right, so we do have 10 minutes.
We have 10 minutes. Come take a look at the globe.
Yeah, who wants to come
try
up?
on the mask?
Come on, don't be shy.
ask us
Join
anything.
me. Let's go. We can do a line. This is unique.
And when you look at it, look at the spores actually inside.
This is why you want to be here in person, because you get to look at cool stuff.
Yeah, it's heavy as hell. You can take the mask off and try it on. Yeah. Just don't pull the elastic too hard. Take it off.
So while we have a line going, and just be gentle, there is a question actually coming in from the chat. It actually came up a little while ago.
Cool.
How do they even apply to work at Gentle Giants? What is a location that they should go to, websites, et cetera, et cetera? How should they get a hold of you?
I would say, and I pointed this out earlier to some of the team here, that Noman and ZBrush operators are the main flow of most of the people we bring on board. So you're kind of in the right place going to this school. And I'm really happy to have the team that's here. And we've done this panel before in the past. And there's been literally hundreds of people that have worked at Gentle Giant over the years. And that is probably one of the
look at it from
proudest things and more valuable things. And I mean, I have Kim Lavery here, who's a founding member of the Visual Effects Society, and she's our global executive for the digital department, 3D scanning film services. And this is just a flowing river of talent and ambition. And we're here to educate and inspire if we can. And there's a lot of guys that still work with us and have worked with us before that were early adapters of ZBrush. Shout out to Jim McPherson, who still works for us. He's probably working right now. Maddie Spencer, who
Maddie.
has written some books and absolutely contributed a lot to getting people going on it. And my dear friend Neville Page, who is a real cutting edge, I mean, he's a maverick with it. And one of my favorite artists and entrepreneurs. And I could go on, lots of former modelers that are now teaching or working at other prominent collectible companies, toy companies, Disney, wherever people go. And
that's fantastic. Cool. Well, we have quite the line here. You guys have stirred up quite the event, and I love it. Do we have any questions of the audience while we go through this line process? You do. Here, one second.
So the name Gentle Giant Studios, how did that come to be?
The name Gentle Giant?
Yeah.
I was in a band, and the other guitar player referred to me as Hoss Cartwright, the Gentle Giant. Could bend a horseshoe in one hand and hold a hummingbird in the other. And I just thought it sounded better than my name or something. Just I think it tries to, show strength and sensitivity at the same time. So that's where that came from.
Yeah, very, very cool. Yes.
So the large elemental statues you've got outside there, they've got the lighting effects going on inside those. How did you achieve the lights in those large statues?
So that was our most difficult part of the process because it's not just one bench. We did about 11 of them. So understanding how to give the manufacturing factories the instructions was a big thing. Carl mentioned earlier we utilized clear printing on a smaller scale. So we worked out all of the components on a small scale with clear 3D prints, fully painted out and finished like you see there, but with all different A-B ways of cutting up the contours of both characters, what we're going to put inside of there, understanding the material restrictions of heat, right, because you're putting stuff in, and working it out at small scale, and then literally sending the instructions to the manufacturing line.
Yeah.
I have not a question. I'd like to publicly out Carl as the nice guy that he is. I worked for him 17 years ago.
That's right.
It was I can't tell you the amazing experiences on Harry Potter, on Star Wars, all over the world. At Lucas Ranch was amazing, scanning all the people and the characters and whatnot. And then one time I got hit by a train shortly after leaving Gentle Giant, and Carl donated 2 airplane wings to me to make a new desk where I was spending more time at home. Nice. Now I'm a cyborg.
Wow.
Thanks, Carl. I appreciate it. He's always great to me.
That's amazing. Thank you for sharing that. That's
awesome.
super awesome.
That's fucking awesome.
I don't remember.
Okay, so FYI, we only have a couple more minutes left. Are there any final questions, statements, thoughts? It's a little hard to see with this light. One second. Nope. I have a question. You ready for this one?
Go for it.
Perfect. Storytelling in your work. How important is that to you and why?
For me, so remember, it's collaboration. Every group comes together, but I'm really embedded in 3D printing community. I know the inventors of every different flavor of technology. I think it's very important to tell stories through what we're doing. Stories inspire, stories fill in blanks for people. I don't like being binary with just yes, no, or that's how we did it. I really like to understand why, because a lot of decisions are made based on situations that happen in our 9-to-5s. And I think it's very compelling, and it draws people into, love our things even more. So it's huge telling a story behind everything. For something as scientific and mathematical as 3D printing is, relating it, I mean, we could tell you stories for hours of 3D printing's ups and downs that'll just make you cry in laughter.
I mean, every day is a new day, and there's lots of really interesting projects that happen. And we've 3D printed the bones of Joseph Merrick, the Elephant Man, from the data off the real skeleton that's at the Queen's Medical College in London. And because it was CAT scanned, and this is kind of the beauty of just digital data and how it might translate into a physical form, from a physical form to just recording it for historic reasons, to reproducing it so that there's a sample, whether it be 1-to-1 or reduced or at any scale. But because of the CAT scan, you have all the empty cavities. So we did a Calvarian cut on the skull of a casting that we did, and it has the entire brain cavity of Joseph Merrick, where we were able to do an endocast of the brain and show that he had a normal brain and was not an animal, was a human being. We gated and made drains, you could capture the marrow that's inside of the bones too, because whatever's in the data is in the data. And that's kind of, I don't know, you think about the future of 3D printing and digital data and synthesis and, be printing androids with flesh and bone and AI and all that stuff. Or maybe we can live forever, I don't know. I think I'm a ways off from that.
One thing I just wanted to say, I want to give a big shout out to Alec and Edgar for being part of this, because, without them involved in it, we wouldn't be able to tell this story here today. And it was very rapid fire, putting together the video, getting everything together for this. So just wanted to give them proper kudos for it.
Okay, no, that's excellent. That's excellent. Unfortunately, we are having to wrap up, but don't worry. If you have a question, if I didn't get to it, outside, I'm sure you'll be able to see this fine team, and they'll answer any questions you have. But we do have another presentation coming up, and you're not going to want to miss them, especially if you play Street Fighter, if you know Street Fighter, if you know anything about Street Fighter. Capcom is coming up next, but we also have some fun giveaways and prizes. But again,
I have a question.
Sure.
Where's Kid Cudi?
Where is Kid Cudi? Perfect. Let's go right here. Let's do it.
No, it's okay. I just wanted to make sure.
Okay, it's right here. Promise.
All good.
Don't leave. All right, thank you very much. Again, let's give it a warm round of applause for Gentle Giant. Woo!
Thank you.
Sing for yourself. All right.
All right. Well, we do have some other fun things, like giveaways. Who likes giveaways? Yes. All right. Give it away in person. What do we have? Oh, no, that's for me. So I have this magic bowl of special spice and everything nice. And we're going to go ahead and pick a random number. All right, this is the moment when I learn how to read. 132 are the last three. 6006-132. Who has that? Going once. Going twice. Nope. All right, I guess we're going to go again. Boop. 132 was that one. No, okay. Going again. 600-6042. Yeah, come on down. Okay, we have to verify though, just so you know. Let me see this. Yeah, woo! Well, there are a couple numbers. Which one are you feeling?
I'm feeling 5.
Let's see door number 5. Woo! Look at that. A space mouse. That is so awesome. Have you played with one? Oh, you're about ready to have some fun. Cool. So I'm just going to have you go on over there. And now we're going to do another one. Real quick. Who's excited? I love this crowd. You guys are awesome. All right. Last 4 is 6152. 6152. No. Going once. 6152. Twice. Okay. Let's do it again. 6112. Apparently I like 2. 112. 112. Come on down. Wait. Who is this guy? Who are you? Wow. You look at you. Come on. All right.
I never win.
No, you are a winner.
I'm a winner. I'm a winner, guys. You can do it too.
But you have to pick though. Why are you here?
Number 2.
Number 2.
Peace, love, and
Number 2. Come on. Oh, face form, Z-Wrap. All right. All right, let me, boop. And so head over there. Congratulations. We got one more in-person giveaway. One more. I am a drummer, but I do not have a drum roll time. 6066. 6066. Once. 6066. Twice. Okay. Boop. One more time. We go fast here. 6145. 6145. We're going to be here a while. 6145. Going once. Going twice. Watch, we are here all night. That'd be funny. All right. 6136. Yeah? Come on down. 6136. I do have to verify. Perfect. All right, you have just a couple numbers. You can come this way. Perfect. We have a number to show. Which one?
We might as well just go with 6.
Let's go with 6. All right. An MSI. Yeah, your face is shocked.
I was not ready for that.
Well, get ready for that. I'm going to have you head right over here. Congratulations. Okay, but apparently that is not all of the gifts because I guess there are 5 online. Oh, one more? Okay, you know what? Before we go back online, one more. I'm being told from over there. One more. 6140. Woo! Really? Oh, we got that one fast. You know the rules. Let me see it. Yeah. Okay. So you have a couple choices. They're really difficult, but I think you can do it. Come on. Choose correctly.
I'm probably going to go for 4.
Probably? You sure? Are you sure about that?
I don't know, man.
Well, let's see what's I'm for anyway, because that's your only choice. Whoa, SenseLab Medium Tablet. There you go. Congratulations. I'm going to have you exit that way, sir. Very, very cool. All right, now we have the 5 online. Wait, no worries. In the meantime, I go really fast. I'm so sorry, Melissa. Melissa's an amazing person who does everything behind the scenes. So we definitely need to give a round of applause for Melissa because she is awesome. And she deals with me, and I go really quick. Cool. In the meantime, I'm just going to look at chat here real quick. Very, 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 very cool. So we're going to do some online giveaways here in a second. How's everybody feeling? Is everybody having a great time? Cool. Who's excited for the next, but definitely not last, presentation? Yeah. Cool. Cool. All right. Online, 1-year subscription to Gnomon Workshop for online. I am ready. This light is crazy. Boop-a-doop-boo. Sorry, 1 second. This is where I can't read. All right, congratulations, Andre, for the 1-year subscription. We have 4 more to go. All right, all right, all right. 1-year subscription to Gnomon is always really good. That's where you can learn all the magic and fun stuff. We got a couple more, don't worry. Do, 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 do. I'm going to practice my musical act while we're up here. Paul has jokes. I have tunes. If you ever watch my streams, I go beep, boop, a lot. It's just sound effects. That's cool. Ooh, challenge accepted. Maybe. I'm not a good dancer. All right. We are going with Marvelous Designer, who's also a sponsor. So let's go ahead and see. If you guys don't know Marvelous Designer, Cloth, amazing program. And we are going to go. 1 second. Congratulations, Curtis. Woo! Marvelous Designer, such an amazing program, and also, again, an amazing sponsor. We have a couple more to go. Do not worry. Also, too, this is the time to remember, if you're online, you want to make sure that throughout the presentations that there's always a link in which will tell you to register and apply. All right, so we have some free online classes from Gnomon School. This one's going to be fun. Yes? Wait, who said Ian? Never mind. All right, all right. And the winner. Do, 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 boo, do, 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 do. Trying to catch up with the chat here. All right, Raphael, congratulations. Free online classes to Gnomon School. Gnomon School, I can attest, I also have a subscription to Gnomon School, and it's amazing. It's good to learn online. You can always brush up your talents, your skill sets. It's amazing. All right. Melissa, how many more? 1 more online, and then we are going to take a little tiny break and set up for the next presentation. All right, XMD Academy Bundle. This is also a great learning source, believe you me. This is where we're going to do the drum roll. All right, Tony, congratulations. XMD Academy Bundle. Thank you all. Do not go anywhere if you are leaving. Please sit back down, please, because we have Capcom next. We'll be back very shortly. Woo!
Hey there, I'm Daniel Bell, sculptor and art director at Sideshow Collectibles. For more than 20 years of being a digital artist, ZBrush was always my first choice in terms of modeling and digital sculpting software. Its intuitive tools allow me to sculpt with precision and freedom because I can choose the way I want to approach my projects. From every single sketch to the most intricate creations, every detail, every texture took shape thanks to its incredible power. So basically, ZBrush has been an essential tool to bring my ideas to life in the digital world throughout all these years, all this artistic journey. Well, guys, I wish you a wonderful day and enjoy this ZBrush Summit 2023. See ya.
Hello, ZBrush community. This is David Venemeyer from Hasbro's sculpting team. Amongst other softwares, we've been sculpting in ZBrush for the past 16 years. We sculpt all of Hasbro's amazing brands, such as G.I. Joe, Dungeons & Dragons, Nerf, Baby Alive, My Little Pony, and Avalon Hill Games. We also sculpt all of our partner brands, our licensed properties, such as Star Wars, Marvel, Ghostbusters, Indiana Jones, just to name a few. We sculpt all the articulation. We have to make everything look as good as it possibly can for a consumer. Look around me, you can see a lot of our iconic properties and toys. I'd like to say thank you to the ZBrush team for the amazing software and the product that they put out. I'd like to say, for all you sculptors out there, keep up the great work. Thank you.
Hey everybody, Michael Pavlovich here. I've been using ZBrush since 2004, 2005, about a junior in college, I suppose. And the paradigm shift that happened for me back then was I was letting the software dictate how I created and how I designed. It was basically manipulating components, and where I put my edges and where I moved my verts was dictating what I ended up designing. And watching, way back then, watching someone create, I think it was a deep sea fish out of a sphere, where they weren't worried about where they cut an edge. They were just masking and pulling and creating scales and working on what was visually compelling about their creation process, rather than, again, letting that technical prowess get in the way and determine their design. And that's actually what I hold every piece of software ever since then to, that gold standard, that ZBrush standard of it's the artist first and foremost. It's creating something visually compelling as the most important thing you do, and lowering that barrier to entry and allowing that creation process to happen, that artistry to happen, rather than becoming mired in process.
Hi, ZBrush Summit 2023. I'm Maddie Spencer, sharing my ZBrush moment. I first came to ZBrush almost 20 years ago with version 1.5b. I was not a 3D modeler. I came from clay. I came from painting with an airbrush, but I wanted so much to learn how to create creatures and characters in this 3D realm. And what ZBrush did was blow open a new vista of opportunity for creative expression with these tools that behaved like clay or behaved like paint, but on the computer. It gave me a wonderful opportunity and immediately exposed me to the incredible ZBrush community. ZBrush Central was full of artists willing to share tools and tips and information, and it inspired me to make my first tutorial in 2004. I went on to create workshops, do Gnomon workshops, write books, all because I was inspired by the ZBrush community to share the information that I had, and I was so fortunate to learn from others within the community willing to share with me. I think one of the most magnificent parts about ZBrush are its users, the incredible creative forces coming together, making new and amazing things, and sharing them online. I'm really proud to be part of this and have my opportunity to share my ZBrush moment with you. Have a wonderful 2023 Summit. Happy ZBrushing!
Hey, Shane Olson here. What can I say about ZBrush? Oh my goodness. It's been an absolute pillar in my career. You guys that know me know that is a fact for sure. And you know, when I first saw ZBrush, my buddy Mike Hoop showed it to me. And back then I'm just like, what is this? Wait, it can push this many polygons? You know, I come from a world of polygon modeling, and when I saw this new program doing millions and millions of polygons, I'm just like, what in the world is this magic? How is it doing this? You know, fast forward to today, and I've built my career around ZBrush. It's unbelievable, unbelievable. If you would have told me that back then, I would have called you a liar, you know? And now I teach ZBrush to thousands and thousands of students. All I can say is thank you and huge congratulations. Happy anniversary, everybody. And I really hope you enjoy the summit. Thanks for watching.
All right. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for being here. It's been super exciting to have you guys join us on our first official day of the 10-year anniversary of the ZBrush Summit 2023. It's not over with yet. Trust me, it's not over with yet. Please give a big round of applause to the one and only Capcom.
はい、ではこの時間からはストリートファイター6での ZBrush のワークフローを紹介させていただきます。
So we'd like to introduce the ZBrush workflow in Street Fighter 6.
まずこちら。
はい、自分で読んだらいいですか。
そうですね。
はい。中平銀と申します。2016年からカプコンでキャラクターモデラーとして働いています。
So I'm Gin Nakahira. I have been working as a character modeler at Capcom since 2016.
これまで複数の格闘ゲームのタイトルに関わってきました。
So far, I have been involved in several fighting game titles.
ストリートファイター6では初期からチームに参加してルックの方向性を決める竜やその他のメインキャラクターを作成を担当しています。
In Street Fighter 6, I was a part of the team from the beginning in charge of creating Ryu and other main characters, and decided the direction of the looks.
またキャラモデル内でのクオリティの管理や他の人員のサポートをしています。
I also managed the quality within the character model team and supported other staffs.
高木康之です。モンスターハンター、バイオハザード、ドラゴンズドグマなどの、パッケージアートをプリレンダーで10年以上担当していました。
Yasuyuki Takagi. I was in charge of pre-rendering package art for the Monster Hunter, Resident Evil, and Dragon's Dogma for over 10 years.
ここ数年はリアルタイムのゲーム開発にも参加するようになり、スカルプとテクスチャ作成、シェーダー開発などを行っています。
Over the last few years, I've also gotten into real-time game development, doing sculpting, texturing, and shader development.
ストリートファイター 6A はテクニカルアーティストとして参加、3D スキャンやシェーダー作成のサポートを行いました。
I participated in Street Fighter 6 as a technical artist, providing support for 3D scanning and shader creation.
今回の発表のお品書きです。まずストリートファイター6のお話の前に、カプコンと ZBrush の長い付き合いと積極的に使いこなす取り組みについて紹介させていただきます。
So this is the things we like to talk about in our presentation. And before we talk about Street Fighter 6, we'd like to talk about the long relationship with Capcom and ZBrush and how we actively use the application.
そしてストリートファイター6での ZBrush の活用についてですが、こちらはまず 3D スキャンデータを編集・加工するワークフローと 3D スキャンデータから素材を作成する手法を紹介します。
So in Street Fighter 6, we have used ZBrush for editing 3D scan data and tweaking them to our liking. We'd like to talk about this topic, and after that, we'd like to talk about how Street Fighter 6 characters are made and how we used 3D scan materials to our assets and stuff like that.
その後、ストリートファイター6のキャラクターをどのように作ったかをさまざまな例とともに紹介させていただきます。
次で大丈夫です。
そうか。はい。まずストリートファイター6のロンチプレビューをご覧くださいですけど、音が出ない。音が出ない。音が出ない。ビデオ単体の方がいいですかね。
We're going to replay that video and get some sound. 1 second.
Yeah.
All right, so as
違
you can see so far,
See, you can't get away from me. I'm everywhere.
これです。はい。
これ
This is our
音出てるや
canvas.
ん。もう一回最初から。
Fighting is an art. And this is our canvas. Here we flex our style, our passion, our creativity, our skills. We come here to break rules, to bend minds, to change the game. This is where we make an impression. This is where we make our masterpiece.
Whoa.
So that was the Street Fighter 6 initial launch and promotion video.
はい。それではまずストリートファイター6のプレゼンの前に、カプコンと ZBrush がどれだけ長い付き合いなのかというところをちょっとだけ紹介しようかなと思います。
So we'd like to show how ZBrush and Capcom are best buddies before the actual presentation.
当社は創業以来常にゲーム業界の先駆けとなる作品を創造し、国内外での数々のヒットタイトルを生み出してきました。一世を風靡した対戦格闘ゲームストリートファイター2、世界的に大ヒットしたサバイバルホラーバイオハザードなど独創的なタイトルでカプコンの名を世に知らしめてきました。今後もより多くの人々に楽しさと感動を提供する企業として躍進してまいります。
Since its inception, Capcom has been creating a series of industry-leading game titles like the remarkable commercial success around the globe, including the classic Street Fighter, which was the rage of the times, and the worldwide blockbuster survival horror game, Resident Evil, to name two. All of these original and innovative games have helped make the Capcom brand a household name. We continue to aspire to be a company that entertains people around the world and touches their heart.
カプコンと ZBrush についてですけれども、ノーマルマップがゲームで使われる前からカプコンはZBrush を使っていました。それは2004年のことで、ZBrush のバージョンはまだ 2.0 でした。
Even before the game were using normal maps, Capcom was using ZBrush. It was around 2004 when ZBrush was version 2.
でここの画面の左に出てるモンスターハンター最初の、パッケージアートなんですけども、こちらに使われるハイエンド CG のキャラクターを作ることに用いられました。
So you can see on the left, it was mainly used for high-end models for Monster Hunter packages.
これちなみに3週間かかってた仕事がたった3日で終わるようになってもう感動したのをよく覚えてますね。
So before this, he was like spending like 3 weeks to actually get the package done, but it only took like 3 days to do this.
その後ノーマルマップの作成がゲームで一般的になってきたバイオハザード5から、ゲーム内テクスチャ要素として使われるようになりました。
After that, Resident Evil 5 was using ZBrush to create textures because games started to use normal map as their norm.
今ではキャラクター背景含むほぼすべてのモデル制作のスカルプトとテクスチャー作成に欠かせないツールとなっています。
Now, ZBrush has been an essential tool for creating characters, environmental pieces. So most of the model is using ZBrush in sculpting and texturing.
まただ ZBrush を使うのではなくアーティストがより使いこなせるようにさまざまな取り組みを行っています。毎年の新人研修で 2D、3D 関わらずアーティスト職全員が最低1月以上 ZBrush を使った研修を行っています。
Sorry, loading the text. We're not just using ZBrush, but actively trying to push the artist to reach another level. Every year, new employees, including 2D and 3D, all the artists will go through at least a month of ZBrush training. Through this training, they are expected to have a higher understanding of 3D space, composition, and observation skills.
これは ZBrush を通して立体の把握や構成力と観察力を身につけるためです。
次。
はい。そして、ZBrush の公式インストラクターを呼びまして、アーティストの方々に向けた講習会を行っています。
In the past, we've invited official ZBrush instructors to do some internal presentation for us and have a deeper understanding of the new features and come up with new ideas.
これによって ZBrush の新しい機能のより深い理解と使いこなしのアイデアを生み出し、また日々の制作での疑問点をインストラクターに解決していく重要なイベントになっています。
This is one of the important events because we can solve the daily issues with the instructor.
さらに ZBrush の日本公式イベントにも毎回登壇させていただきまして、社内の技術アピールと社外との交流を行っています。
Also, we've did some presentation for official ZBrush events in Japan, and we've tried to give back to the community and appeal our skills to the public.
さてこれからストリートファイター6での ZBrush の活用について紹介していきます。
Now we'd like to talk about Street Fighter 6 and how we use ZBrush.
主な内容はキャラクターのスカルプトについてですが、それは後ほど中平の方から紹介させていただきます。
Mainly, we're going to talk about character modeling, and Nakahira will be doing the explanation.
先に高木の方からストリートファイター6での 3D スキャンデータの活用について紹介させていただきます。
First, Takagi will explain how Street Fighter 6 is using 3D scan data, and Street Fighter 6 is using stylized art style, and you might wonder why are we using 3D scans for this.
スタイル化されたアートの本作では 3D スキャンの活用というのは不思議な感じかもしれませんが、今までより説得力のあるアートのために主にリファレンスとして積極的に 3D スキャンの活用を行いました。
大丈夫です。
また 3D スキャンデータのクリーンアップや 3D スキャンデータからアルファなどの素材を作成するなど、これらのワークフローにおいて ZBrush は欠かせないツールであったと思います。
So, we'd like to make the art which is convincing, so we use 3D scan mainly as a reference. And ZBrush was used for 3D scan data cleanup, alpha creation for 3D scans, and ZBrush was essential in this workflow.
こちらは 3D スキャンデータです。さまざまな体型の俳優さんを呼び、さまざまなポーズを取っていただいたものを 3D スキャンしています。
So these are the 3D scan data. We've invited actors with various body styles and with variety of poses and 3D scanned them.
今作ではモデリングだけではなく、動いた時にどういった筋肉の変形をするかが重要だったためです。
Because in Street Fighter 6, it was very important to understand how the muscle deforms with their movements.
またこのスキャンを行った際には、アーティストが実際に確認しながらポーズの指示を行い、実際の動きを観察して筋肉の構造の理解を深めました。
Also, when we were scanning them, artists were actually checking how the muscle is moving around to have a deeper understanding of the structure.
スキャンデータは完璧にスキャンできない場合もあります。そういった場合はクリーニングを行いますが、ほぼすべての工程で ZBrush を使います。
Sometimes the scan data might not be perfect. In those cases, we're cleaning up the data, and in most cases, we're using ZBrush.
ノイズですので使うブラシはスムースが主なものですが、通常のスムースだと滑らかになりすぎるため、スムースピークスのように尖ったところだけは滑らかにしたり、スムースオルトでボリュームを維持しながら滑らかにします。
Because it's causing a noise, we're using mostly smoothing. And because the usual smooth would smooth too much, so we're using smooth peak brushes to just focus on the pointy areas of the mesh and using smooth alt to keep the volume.
実際に行っている様子はこちらになります。
So this is how it looks when we're doing the cleaning. As you can see, the edge of the muscle is kept, and only the noisy areas are getting smoother.
これ今スムースピークを使っているところで、尖ったところだけは滑らかになっていきますね。
So as you can see, he's using smooth peaks, which is like affecting only the areas that are pointy and like having spikes.
でスムースオルトはボリュームを維持してくれるので、強めにスムーズかけたい時とかにも使いますね。次行こうか。またノイズが強い場合は、穴のようなものが作られることもありますので、これはさすがにスムースでは消えきらないため、一度消してクローズホールで穴を埋めます。
So if the noise is too strong, smooth might not do the job. So in this case, we're deleting them first and filling them with a closed hole.
実際の作業はこのようになっています。
So this is how the cleaning process looks like.
まずマスクで消したいところを指定します。
First, we mask the areas we want to remove.
で、ポリグループに指定して、でポリグループで消したところを、デルヒドンで消した後にクローズホールをかけます。
So person control W to apply polygroup, and then hiding the areas we want to remove and deleting them.
この時のメッシュの保管が綺麗なので非常に気に入っています。
So because closed hall will create a new, like a neat, like mesh around the filled areas. So he likes this kind of like style.
次に 3D スキャンデータからの素材化の例を紹介します。服のシワなど手でスカルプトするのが難しいものはスキャンデータからのアルファが役に立ちますので、使えるところはアルファ化しておきます。
So next, we want to show how we're using 3D scan data as a new asset. So for the closed folds, which is pretty tricky if you want to hand sculpt them, these alphas, which we made from scan data, will help us tremendously. We make alphas when we find a neat fold that we would like to use.
アルファ化するのはさまざまな方法がありますが、今回はまずエクストラクトを使います。
So there's multiple ways you can convert to alphas, but in this example, we're using extract.
チックを0に設定すると片面だけのメッシュができます。
If you set the thickness to 0, you can make a one-sided mesh.
でそのメッシュを G リメッシャーで低解像度のメッシュにします。
Then we ZBrush it to make a lower resolution.
コントロール D でサブディビジョンレベルを上げます。
Then we add subdivision levels by Control D.
そして元のメッシュからシワを転写するためにプロジェクトオールをします。
Next will be project all to get the details from the original mesh.
でこの立体をアルファにしたいので UV マスターを使って UV を作成します。
And we'd like to convert this to an alpha, so UV master is used to create the UVs.
でそしてこの状態でディスプレイスメントマップを作成するとシワの立体がアルファになります。
Then if we create a displacement map, these folds will become an alpha.
でこうして素材化しておくことでさまざまなところで役に立ちます。
So we can make them reusable assets.
ただこれは今だとエクストラクターで一発なのでそんなにはって感じですね。
So now you can use extraction brushes to actually get these details as well.
では中平の方に答えします。
So we'll switch into Nakahira-san.
はい、交代しました。よろしくお願いします。中平です。
I'm Nakahira. Nice to meet you guys.
自分からは、格闘ゲームの画面に合わせた造形と演出で使用された筋肉表現とシワ表現の2点について解説します。
So from my side, we'd like to talk about how we've adjusted the model to fit the screen and how we created the scene-specific muscle expressions and the cloth folds.
はい、ではワークフローの説明からです。
So first of all, the workflow.
デザイナーが完成させたコンセプトアートを受け取ってキャラクターのモチーフになっている人種、筋肉、服などキャラクターのイメージを膨らませるのに必要な資料を収集します。Z ブラシでシルエットを整えてディティールを詰めます。
So we get the concept art from the designers, collect references so we can imagine the motif of the type of characters, muscle structures, garments, so we can have a better understanding of the character image. Then we create a silhouette with ZBrush and start sculpting the details.
で、受け取ったコンセプトアートを使ってキャラクターへの理解を深めます。
As you can see, we have Zangief on the screen.
簡単にプロフィールを紹介します。赤きサイクロンの異名を持つ巨漢のプロレスラー、筋肉こそ思考という独自の理論を提唱し、肉体の進化と更新の指導に励んでいるという設定のキャラクターです。
So his character is known as a red cyclone with a gigantic body. He has his own philosophy of muscle is the best and obsessed with evolving his muscle and teaching to younger generations. His body is based on a pro wrestler and has a good balance of muscle and fat and huge mass by design.
プロレスラーらしく筋肉と脂肪が合わさった体の厚みを感じるデザインです。
次じゃあ
スキャンモデルを参考にします。
So we used scan models for reference.
画像ではあばらの見え方や背中の立体感を参考にしていました。
So from this image, we've used how the rib cages would look and used how the volume would feel from the back of his body.
他にも資料を集めます。
So we collected multiple references.
参考文献の一例です。解剖学の本とプロレスの雑誌です。
And these are just one examples: anatomy books and pro wrestling books.
プロレスの雑誌は体を見れるのはもちろんなんですが、衣装の形状や質感の参考にもなりました。
Wrestling books are good for references for the body, but also the looks and the design of the garments.
他にもできるだけ資料を集めます。
We try to collect as much as references as possible.
一応過去作のイラストと見比べながら、キャラクターの把握をしていきます。
We've also compared to the old images and tried to understand deeply about the character.
ザンギエフの場合、AD のメモがあったのでこれも使います。
Also, in Zangief's case, we had the art director's note as well.
コンセプトアートの段階で落ちた情報がないかを探るためだったり、より特徴のシンプルなイメージを膨らませるためのものです。
We've tried to look at the information that might have fallen through the cracks when we were designing during the concept art phase and tried to pick up those features.
メモを参考にした例です。コンセプトアートのバランスだと、上唇のスペースが確保できなかったので口の位置を下げました。そのままだと顎がしゃがれた印象が弱くなるため、ひげのボリュームで足して、バランスを調整しています。
So this is the example when we've used the art director's notes. So if you look at the concept art, it had to adjust the spacing between the upper lips, so they had to adjust the mouth position to a bit lower position.
ゴワゴワしていてボリュームのあるひげの形が、ザンギエフのキャラクター性にも合っていると思います。
But this will make it not feel like a turned up chin, so the volume of the beard was added. Stubby mustache with volume would be more fitting for Zangief.
はい、では、スカルプトを始めたんです。シルエットを整えます。
Next, we tune the silhouettes.
この段階で気にしているのは2つあります。
I'm only concerned about two things at this stage. 大丈夫ですか
1つ目はボリュームが足りているかどうか、大まかな筋肉を使いながらバランス取ってきます。
First, I'm only concerned about if it has enough volume, and we created a rough muscle structure and seeing the balance.
2つ目はポーズをつけた時の印象がずれていないか、マヤでセットアップをしてポーズを取らせてゲーム画面に出します。待機やパンチ、キック、必殺技のポーズを取らせて印象にずれがないかを確認します。
Secondly, we are looking at the design with the pose and seeing if it matches our image. We've done the steps in Maya and posed it inside the game screen. We'll take a look at the idle, punch, kick, and special moves and check if it matches the image.
ザンギエフの場合、それぞれの筋肉のパーツははっきりしているんですけども、肩から流れるラインは丸いです。内側との情報を折り合いつけながらシルエットを調整します。
In Zangief's case, each muscle parts are very visible, but the lines from the shoulders are round, and we are balancing with the internal information and adjusting the silhouettes.
はい、ディティールを詰めます。
Then we add detail.
で、スキャンモデルを参考にしながらディティールを詰めたんですけども、細かな陰影や情報の密度を参考にしていました。
We're using scan data to add more details, like small shadows and focusing on the information's resolution.
しかし、キャラクターに必要とされているシルエットとは程遠いです。
But if you look at the scan data, it's very far from what the character is required for the silhouettes.
身長、太さ、筋肉と脂肪の量、つき方だったり、
like the heights, thickness, muscle, amount of fat, and how they would apply.
なので、スキャンモデル自体を使うのではなくて、あくまで参考にしながら ZBrush でスカルプとしていきます。
So we're not using scan data models directly, so we're just using them as reference and sculpting with ZBrush by hand.
左はマリーザの腕です。右はスキャンモデルです。
Left is Malisa's arms, and the right is the scan model.
ボリュームの差はありますが、それぞれに筋肉らしいラインが見て取れます。
You can see there's a difference in volume, but you can see each arm has some muscle-like lines to it.
しかし、スキャンモデルは複雑な形状をしているため、いろいろな角度から見たとき、望まないシルエットになっている可能性があります。
So because the scan data might have a complex shape, if you rotate it slightly, it might have a different kind of like shape to it. So it might have more complexity and which might not fit your image.
次はそれぞれを少し違う角度から見てみましょう。左は三角筋と三頭筋の間に谷ができていて、それぞれの形が明確になって筋肉がより感じやすいです。右は流れがつながっていて筋肉を感じづらいように見えます。
On the left, you can see the valley between the deltoids and the triceps clearly. And on the right, it's more connected and might not feel like a muscle structure.
スキャンモデルは少しの角度の違いで印象が変わりやすいです。キャラクターの造形には不向きなので、意図して筋肉の印象を強めます。
But if you change the scan model's angle slightly, the impression changes a lot. And it's not really suited for character models, so we're exaggerating the muscles.
大きな丸みを持たせると細かい起伏が消えて単調になりやすいですが、あえてシルエットを求めてデザインすることが重要です。
Creating a bigger circle makes the smaller peaks disappear and makes it very simple. But designing the silhouette would be much more important.
3D スキャンのテストで撮影した、チームのデザインをしている、ムキムキなおじさんです。で、かなりムキムキなんですけども。
So here's our Street Fighter team's designer, who is a muscular middle-aged dude we used for the 3D scan testing. And as you can see, he's very muscular indeed.
で、並べてしまうとやはり見劣りします。
Let's see but if you put him in the Street Fighter, he's looking like nothing. He would be an average middle-aged dude in this game.
ボリュームを誇張させてシルエットを作ることは格闘ゲームの画面作りにおいてとても重要なことです。
So as you can see from the image, exaggerating the volume, creating the silhouettes, it's very important for the fighting game screen design.
格闘ゲームは、のキャラクターはカメラから離れた位置で表示されるので、強く誇張しないと体の力強さが伝わらず印象が弱くなります。
Because fighting games would place the characters from a distance, you have to exaggerate the designs to make them feel strong enough. So exaggerating more and make it more stronger than the real human and with more character.
リアルな人間よりも強く、より個性を出すために誇張しましょう。
次ちょっとです。
いくつかのキャラクターで体型の差を見てみましょう。
Let's see the difference of silhouettes in other characters.
全体的にこのキャラクターはルークです。
This with the standard body type, and it's very thick compared to the scan model, and especially Luke's forearms are very big.
特に前腕が大きいんですけども、ゲーム画面でも大きく感じますが、近づいてみると、より大きいです。
So if you look on the ZBrush model, the forearms are very big, and on the game screen, it's still big. But if you look closely with the pose, it's like natural and it would look cool.
次はダルシムです。 ダルシムは細い印象がありますが、肩と手足が大きいです。
So in Dalsim's case, his impression is much thinner, but the hands, legs, shoulders are big compared to it.
腕と腰の細さを強調するために、メリハリをつけています。
So we're balancing them so we can exaggerate the thinness of the arms and the hips.
細身なキャラクターだからといって全てを細くするんじゃなくて、メリハリをつけています。
If we choose to make all his parts thin, the impression would be much weaker.
全体が角張っていて脂肪が落ちている印象です。
And also he has tight muscles, making it look like he has less fat.
頭が四角いのも特徴です。
And also his head is also square, which is by design.
はい。で、ホンダです。脂肪もついていますが、それを上回って筋肉がついている印象です。
Honda has more fat, but he has more muscle than that.
筋肉のセパレーションははっきりしていますが、それぞれの抑揚を抑えて全体が丸くなるシルエットを作っています。
So we made the separation of the muscles more visible, but kept it mild, so the entire silhouette looks round.
で、秋はコンセプトアートも用意しているので、そちらと、比べながら見てみましょう。
So we brought new characters Aki's concept art as well. So let's compare and take a look.
スレンダーですが、病的に、細くしたいわけではなく、引き締まった印象にしたいです。
So if you read the notes from the concept art, it says slender, but not. Sorry, the text is not loading.
すみません。
So if you read the notes on the right, it says slender, but not coming from an illness. So we want to make it tight, but we'd like to make it not look perfectly trained, so the muscle is mild. So we've modeled it like that.
あるので、どこまで行きました？
コンセプトの説明が終わったところ。
はい、了解です。Z ブラシの画面へ行きますと、線で補足してある通り、肩が張っていて腰が細くなるようにしています。
So we've drawn a line in ZBrush screen, so you can see the shoulders are wide and the hips thinner. Hands, backs, knees would be bony, so it's more made visible on the silhouette.
手や背中や膝など骨張ったところも多いのでシルエットに落とし込みます。
はい。
でゲームに出すときに印象が足りないと感じたため、アートより少し肩やお尻のボリュームを上げています。
When we put her in the game, we've added a bit more width to the shoulders and volume to the hips than this artwork.
オートセーブがオートセーブどこできるんでしたっけ？これですかね。
はい。
はい。
あるんですね。
こんな感じになってます。
So it would look like this.
はい。顔のコンセプトアートです。
This is the concept art of the face.
髪と特徴的な目や口のバランスを、頻繁にアートと比較しながら進めます。
We've compared a lot to the artwork, so it matches the hair, eyes, and the mouth balance properly.
目や鼻の輪郭は忠実に流れを見せて、なるべくイラストとの差をなくします。
So we followed the eye's nose shape precisely so it matches the illustration. Also, we had to be careful to not make shadows under the eyes and piltrim so it wouldn't have a bad impression of the character.
で、目の下の影や陣地は印象が悪くなりがちなので、 に気をつけながら作ります。
次です。
はい。ここまで何回構造を取らせて確認するように言ったターンがありましたが、具体的にはこんな感じでやっていました。
So here's the actual example of the posing.
実際には使われないんですが、こんな感じの子かな、こんな技を出すんかなと想像しながらポーズをつけます。
These weren't actually used, but we tried a couple of poses, actions, thinking she might do these moves.
イメージ通りの印象になっているかどうか確認します。
I'd recommend doing them because it would motivate you while making the characters.
テンションが上がるのでおすすめです。で、左のしゃがんでいる画像がお気に入りです。
I personally like the one on the bottom left where she's crouching.
でこんな感じで、ストロークでは、シルエットとそれに当たるディテールを作ることを ZBrush でやっています。
As you can see, we're making silhouettes and details with ZBrush.
基本のワークフローは以上です。ここからは手話表現について解説します。
So the basic workflow is done. So we're going to show how we did the folds.
衣装について過去作ではこんな感じで表現をしていました。
So for the cloth, in the past series, we've done it like this.
道着の背中側のシワが引っ張られて足輪が出てきています。
So the fold is happening on the back when it's getting pulled.
ドット絵で作られていた頃の作品ではパターンがごとにシワの形を書き換えることができるので豊かに表現されていました。
Because these are pixel art, you can freely write the folds, making a wide range of expression.
ゲームの表現が 3DCG を使用するになると表現の幅が広がったものの、動的なシワの変化は、ゲームでは表現しづらい状況でした。
But with the 3D graphics, we have several ways to express things. But the active cloth changes were a hard task to tackle.
現にスト4とスト5では、実装されてこなかったのですが、スト6では、動的なシワの変化に挑戦しました。
In Street Fighter 4 and 5, it wasn't added. But in 6, we've decided to tackle this problem.
どうやって実装したかというと、各ポーズに合わせたシワを作ります。
So how we did this was make the folds for each pose.
体をひねる、足を後ろに下げる、膝を曲げるなどそれぞれの動きに合わせてスクラップとし直します。
So body twist, moving the legs behind the legs, each pose needed tweaking with the sculpt.
左はシワ表現が入っている状態、右はシワ表現が入っていない状態です。
So on the left is with the wrinkles, and on the right is without the wrinkles.
普通にゲームをプレイしていると気づきづらいかもしれませんが、オフにすると差がよくわかります。
Normally, if you're playing the game, it wouldn't be noticeable, but if you turn it off, it's easy to see the difference.
自然に入れることで効果的にクオリティに影響します。
Each fold is sculpted and baked to normal map.
シワを一つ一つをスカルプとしてベイクしてノーマルマップを書き出してブレンドシェイプとジョイントの動きに合わせるように設定してブレンドする位置をマスクで指定してというふうに作業コストが高くゲームではなかなか取り入れづらいのですがメインキャラは全コスチュームで対応しています。
And joints movement connected to blend shapes. A blended position needed to be masked, and you can see there's a lot of process that goes into this. But main characters has this applied to all costumes.
後で紹介しますが体にも同様の修正をしています。
I'll show you later on, but we've done this for the body as well.
体だけで基本38個ぐらいのブレンドシェイプを使っています。
There's 38 basic blend shapes used for the body.
全部をスカルプとし直しているわけではありませんが、服も合わせると大抵のキャラクターで100以上使用しています。
Not all of it is sculpted repeatedly, but if you include the garments, it's about more than 100 blend shapes.
動くとこんな感じです。
So this is in action.
背中をひねった時と足を前後に動かした時が変化が分かりやすいと思います。
If he twists the back and when he moves the legs, it would be easy to spot.
トランスポーズクロスを使用して作成しています。
So this is using transpose cloth to make this.
この後実際にやってみます。
So I'll show you later on.
もう一つ動画を用意しています。
So this is another video.
膝が曲がった時にシワが出てきて伸ばすとシワが消えます。
So you can see the folds when she bends the knees, and folds goes away when her legs are stretched.
画像で比較するとこんな感じです。
So here's the image comparison.
ゼリーの場合はマーベラスデザイナーでシミュレーションしたものを Z ブラシで微調整しています。
In Julie's case, we've used Marvelous Designer's simulation and adjusted ZBrush.
では実際に Z ブラシを使用してシワ表現を作成してみたいと思います。
So let's move to ZBrush and show you how the folds are made.
まずこれが普通の道着です。
So this is the actual garment itself.
で、体を反ったとき、丸めたとき、反ったとき、丸めたとき、肩を上げたとき、逆側に上げたとき、あとはひねったとき。
So this is all the actions when the character is doing the stretching and bending and moving the shoulders and twisting.
で、足を曲げたとき、もっと曲げたとき、で後ろに、下げたときと、横に上げたときと、前に出したとき。
So these are the bending the knees, bending it deeper, moving the legs behind, bringing the legs up, moving the legs forwards.
このように各部位の体の動きに合わせてスカルプとします。
So we'll sculpt for each body movement.
では、上半身のシワからやってみたいと思います。
So first, we'll start making the folds for the upper torso.
レイヤーの中に体のひねったメッシュをあらかじめ登録しておきます。
So we'll register the body twist as a layer.
これは、マヤでウェイトを調整したものです。
So this is tweaked with Maya.
このポーズをしたときに出るシワを作成します。
And we'll sculpt how the folds will show up in this pose.
モーフターゲットを登録して、レイヤーをオフにします。
We'll set the morph target and turn off the layers.
で、レイヤーをこっちのレイヤーをオフにして、で一部をマスクしてトランスポーズクロスを使用します。
So then we're going to use the transpose cloth with the mask.
大体真ん中ですね。でどっちだっけ？こっちかな。で、もう大体これで完成で、シワ表現、シワ以外の形状を毛布ブラシで修正しています。
So we're going to fix the shapes with morph brush to remove the shapes without the other shapes, not the non-folds shapes.
で ひねったことで体のメッシュを突き抜けていることがあるので、それを修正します。
There might be parts of the body which is sticking out, so we'll adjust them.
.微調整をして完成です。
So then we're going to do the minor tweaks, and it's done.
では次は足を後ろに下げる動きのシャを作ってみます。
So next we'll tweak the folds when the character moves the legs behind.
.足にマスクをかけます。
We'll first mask the legs.
で、トランスポーズクロスで回転します。
We're going to rotate with transpose cloth.
で、大体このままで大丈夫なのですが、お尻が潰れているので修正します。
So the butt is squished, so I'll need to fix this.
ストロークでは、視野表現する際、中に体がしっかりある感じを感じられるようにこだわって調整をしています。
In Street Fighter 6, we were focusing on the folds, but we also made sure it feels like the body is actually inside the cloth.
感じです。はい。で、形状がまとまったら完成です。
Next will be the knee bending.
膝にマスクをかけます。
We'll next mask the knees.
トランスポーズクロスで回転します。
Then rotate with transpose cloth.
で、マスクのグラデーションで挙動が変わってくるので、
So there's a slight difference when you're doing the mask gradient. So we'll tweak and repeat so we get a different result. It's something like this.
ちょっとこれだけではうまくいかないので微調整します。
So we need to adjust this slightly because it doesn't look right. アキレス腱側に服がかかるように調整します。 So the folds will be pulled by the knee, so we'll need to cover the heels.
で、前側は引っ張られたような形にしていきます。
So on the front, there will be a stretch fold.
膝にも引っ張られてシワが上がるのを再現します。
So because the knee is like pulling the cloths, so we'll adjust it slightly so we can do that.
太ももの丸みを感じられるように調整します。
Also, the thigh will be adjusted so it feels the roundness.
もうちょっと調整して。で、また微調整したら完成です。
Yep. Then we will usually do the minor adjustments and it's done.
で、クロス系の機能は、形状が複雑な場合は難しい。使うのが難しくて扱いに癖がありますが、手軽に試行錯誤できるので好きな機能です。
So cloth features are a bit tricky to use and have some quirks, but it's easy to do some testing, and I love this feature.
以上、シワ表現でした。
So this is the folds.
で、次は筋肉表現です。シワと、すいません。いいですか？
大丈夫です。
シワと同じく体もそれぞれの、ポーズに合わせてスカルプトしています。
So next would be muscle expression. It's the same with the folds, but the body will need to be adjusted with the pose.
動画は肘の曲げた時のと伸ばした時の変化です。
The video is showcasing the elbow in action.
今度は全身です。
The next is the whole body.
大胸筋や、腕や肩の動きが連動しているのが分かると思います。
You can see the pectoral muscles are moving along with the arms and the shoulders.
その他全身に細かな調整が入っています。
Also, there's additional changes to the body.
Mm. 長いですね。
確かに正座までは見たいけどな。
すいません、長いです。
So the video is a bit long. They found this video while prepping for the presentation as well, so it's pretty much exclusive to this, this presentation. So he's also able to sit in a kneeling position as well.
正座もできるようになっています。次は筋肉表現です。
Next is the muscle expression.
シワと同じく体もそれぞれ、ポーズに合わせてスカルプトしています。
As same as his folds, each pose needed to be sculpted.
Z ブラシで見ていきましょう。
So let's see this in ZBrush. で、肘を曲げたとき、もっと曲げたとき、と逆に反ったとき。So these are the same kind of like thinking when it comes to like the posing itself. Like these have the bending arms, more bending arms, and then the bend on the opposite direction, and those kind of action is like registered.
で、肩を前に出した時のポーズで動かしすぎに見えるかもしれませんが、印象的な動きをさせるためにこれぐらい極端な状態で動いている場合が多いので耐えられるように作成して
So this includes like moving the shoulders, moving the shoulders forward, and like stretching the legs. And it might look a bit exaggerated, but like also it might look very like strong, but it needs to be able to do these kind of moves.
あとは胴体をかがめたり反ったり腕を出したり引いたりでいろんなポーズで作っています。
Also, we're adding some like torso is like when the torso is stretched and bent, arms moving forward, and also those poses as well.
でいくつか動画を用意しました。
So we prepped a couple of videos.
まずはマリーさんの筋肉表現から。構えた肩や振りかぶった腕に筋肉表現が入っています。
So here's Marise's muscle expression. Shoulders and the arms has the muscle expression implied. So we prepped the image, so you missed it.
竜のリザルトです。
So these are the results.
ぐっと力を入れた瞬間に筋肉表現が入っています。
So the muscle expressions are applied when like he's doing this pose.
ザンギエフのリザルトです。
So this is Zangief's result.
それぞれカットに対して一つずつスカルプトしています。
So each cut has its own version of the sculpt.
それでは、ZBrush で確認してみましょう。
So let's see this in ZBrush.
あれまたオートセーブが。
Yeah, currently auto saving.
さっき長くしたのにね。あ、もっともっと。
でこれが1カット目のやつで、これが2カット目で3カット目で、
So the each pose is corresponding to the cuts.
でザンギエフのこの筋肉表現は、これまで紹介した筋肉表現やシワ表現と違って1カット1カット専用に用意しています。
So in Zangief's case, each cut has its own unique set.
4カット目が特に顕著ですが、三角筋と大胸筋の変化がかなりポーズに依存するので、大きく変化させたい場合は専用で作成しています。
So especially for the fourth cut, there's a drastic change in the deltoids and the pectoral muscles. So we specifically made it for this scene.
今回は4カット目を実際にスカルプトしてみます。
So I'd like to sculpt the fourth scene for you.
で大きく変化させるために三角筋の前部と大胸筋の上部を盛ります。
So front side of the deltoid and the upper part of the pectoral muscles will be exaggerated.
こんなペースでやってて大丈夫ですか？
大丈夫です、大丈夫。
はい、
How many time do we have?
スキャンモデルを参考に三角筋と大胸筋の間を埋める。
29 minutes. 29分ある。大丈夫です。
スキャンモデルを参考に三角筋と大胸筋の間を埋めます。
So using the scan model as reference, we'll fill the gap between the deltoids and the pectoral muscles.
はい。で、腕を前にした状態なので、大胸筋の下側少し押さえます。
So because the arms are moved forward, under portion of the pectoral muscle will be sculpted modestly.
で、体積が増えるとただ膨らんで見えるので、別の場所を減らしています。
So if the entire volume is inflated, it would just look like a bulge, so we reduce the other portions.
で、大胸筋上部と、中部の間にカットを入れてしっかり影が落ちるようにします。
So we'll make a groove in the upper and the middle portion of the pectoral muscles so it has shadows.
で、二頭筋と前腕も盛ります。
So we'll adjust the biceps, but we'll follow the same rule and reduce the other parts and add a cut. 先ほどと同じように持った分だけカットを入れていきます。 Deltoids would be the same, and we'll have a cut.
三角筋は同じパターンでカットが入るので、それに資料を見ながらちょっと入れていきます。
And the front and the side muscles are connected at the bottom, then it would turn into a zigzag kind of like shape.
はい。 確認しやすい箇所だと、前腕と側面の間の溝は、下側でつながっている感じです。
Yeah, so the muscles are connected at the bottom, so it would have a specific shape for this.
そこから、そこ起点にジグザグと筋の入るポイントが変わります。
And then it would turn into a zigzag kind of like shape. Yeah?
で、血管を入れて微調整します。
Then we will tweak the small details and add the veins. As you can see on the screen, there's like multiple layers that he's applying, like the muscle structure and the veins is a separate layer.
はい、みたいな感じで、いろいろ細かくやったらこれになります。
So this is the completed version of the sculpt.
で、この
And it will look like this.
で、このままスクラップしてレンダリングしたものがこちらになります。
So if you're interested in the results, you might want to grab the game and take a deeper look at it.
以上で講演内容は終わりです。
So that's it for my presentation. Thank you for listening.
ありがとうございました。ちょっと歌つきました。
All right,
Yep, go ahead.
all right. So I know we actually had some questions. So we're going to start with you, and then I know there was one in the back. So.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, thanks for the presentation. I have a question. I know back then there's a book called Capcom Street Fighter Anatomy Guide. When you guys doing characters for Street Fighter 6, are you guys still using that Capcom classic Street Fighter?
書籍で解剖学の本でストリートファイターの解剖学書みたいなやつが出たんですね。でそれを未だに使っていたりとかするんですか、社内で。
怪しい解剖学ですよね。そうですね。怪しい解剖学っていう名前で、その書籍があったんですけど、まあ今見ると本当に怪しいのであまり信用はしてないですね。
So the book is called Ayashi, meaning strange in Japanese. So strange anatomy book. So but because we have the better understanding from the new anatomy series, now it actually looks strange for them. So they're not really actually using it.
ただ大事にしたいポイントはその頃とあまり変わってはいないので、表現の精度が今の方が良くなったっていうような感じです。
So because they have a better understanding with the anatomy, but they have a better resolution of a higher understanding of the anatomy, but the important part is the same. So the points that they want to exaggerate would be the same.
Awesome. Here.
Thank you so much. That was really awesome. I have a question about the topology that you guys use and the blend shape. Are you guys sending the blend shape to the game?
ゲームに
Or is
ブレ
it
ンドシェ
just
イプ
wrinkle maps?
だからトポロジーに関して質問なんですけど、例えば今スカルトしているトポロジーってどんなものなのかっていうのと、あとはそのブレンドシェイプを、実際にゲームに送ってるのかっていう質問が来てます。
はい。トポロジーが、一応全キャラ共通で作ってて、でユニバーサルメッシュですかねなってて、でザンギエフも竜も同じメッシュになっています。
So every single character in Street Fighter 6 has the same topology. So it's a universal mesh.
で、このメッシュがもうゲームに直接出ています。
So this is the actual mesh used in the game. So even for Zangief, it's the same with other characters.
答えになってますかね。
大丈夫です。
Hi, again, thank you so much for a fantastic presentation.
Yep.
When you're doing the sculpting for cloth expression, for those cloth, is purely meant for creating wrinkle maps and normal maps, or are you also sculpting shapes that gets animated into the engine?
例えば今布のトポロジーを使ってるじゃないですか。で今彫ってるじゃないですか、それに対して。でそれは実際に彫ったやつを送ってるのか、ただのリンクルマップとして使ってるのか。
ブレンドシェイプとして彫ったものを送っていますね。
So they actually sending it as a blend shapes. So the blend shapes are actually used in the game.
で、ノーマルマップも一緒にブレンドしてますね。
So normal maps is also blend made into a blend shape as well. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you.
So Dawson, the character, can have like a very long arm stretching attack. I wonder if you use like the same universal mesh, does it still hold up in the game when it do the stretching attack?
Dawson?
Yeah.
Yeah. ダルシムが腕伸びるじゃないですか。あれも全部同じメッシュなんですかって。
同じメッシュ。
Yeah, it's the same mesh.
Do we have to? Yes. Yep. Perfect.
Beautiful presentation. Thank you for sharing all your knowledge. I was curious about you're sculpting all these shapes. Are you getting the initial poses from rigging or character TD and then passing them back and forth, or do you also work with the rigging artists do they do any of the sculpting, or is it only just the character artists? Thank you.
キャラクターのポーズを作るときに基本的なポーズがあるじゃないですか。で、それをZBrushに送って彫ってるっていう状態じゃないですか。で、それは例えばリギングをしてるアーティストが例えば彫刻をしたりとか、そういう調整はしたりとかするんですかって。
多分他の会社は違うと思うんですけど、カプコンでは、補助関節を入れるとこまでで動かしてウェイトつけるとこまでが、モデラーの仕事だったりしますね。
なるほど。So this might be different in other companies, but in Capcom, they are required, and the modeler is actually required to do the actual blend shapes and the actual additional joints required for the characters. So the actual sculpting process is the modeler's job to do that. Yeah. 美しい仕事でありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
Perfect.
Hi, another question for me. Since each character they have a potentially alternative costume and maybe different hairstyle, so when you're creating each character for female and male, do you always create the naked version for each one of them, like without hair, without beard, without clothing, and then you do that for potentially future DLC costume?
例えば、新しく衣装が追加されたりするじゃないですか。でそれを想定した上で例えば共通のメッシュを裸の状態で作ってでしかも髪の毛とかない状態で作っているのか、例えば髪型が途中で変わったりとかもするじゃないですか。でそういうのは想定して作ってるんですかって。
一旦全然出ないキャラクター、肌が出ないキャラクターとかもいるんですけど、一旦は、コンセプトアートも体のすっぱだかなやつを用意してそれ通りにモデルも作りますね。
So first, even some characters don't show much skin. We make sure that we make the characters from the nude, and then we'll start from there and adjust it accordingly. So if there's additional cloths, they'll tweak it later on.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. So when you were showcasing the poses, when you were twisting, for example, it looked a little bit like you were guessing, but I wonder, would there be a situation where the animators would animate it into a pose first, then send it back to the character modeler to do the blend shape?
例えば、体のひねりとかを加えるときにアニメーターが先にそのポーズを取ってじゃあそのブレンドシェイプを作ってほしいって言って依頼をしてモデラーの方に戻すことってのはあるんですかって。
そうですね、やっぱりポーズが激しすぎて、崩れることがあるのでその場合はアニメーターから相談してくることもありますけど基本的にはこっちで、ある程度これぐらいやっとけば大丈夫でしょっていうのを見積もってから作っています。
Okay. So when the animators do the pose, if it's like not enough and like if it's actually necessary to do some additional like blend shapes, they might like talk to the modeler and then discuss if it's actually needed. But in most cases, the modeler would try and overthink things and then like be prepared if that case doesn't happen. So they'll be like adding more things before the animators say so.
Hello. I've got a question, another question about topology.
Yep.
Is what we see in ZBrush what is in engine? Otherwise, is there a triangulated mesh or a low poly that is that everything is baked onto?
例えばスカウトしてるメッシュトポロジーがあるじゃないですか。でそれが実際に今ZBrushに送られているものなのか、例えばそれが三角化されてローポリになったものが別にあるのかっていう。
いや、一緒ですね。
Yeah, this is the same topology with the game.
もうあらかじめ三角化してないとゲームに入れた時に破綻しやすいところはあるので、その時は三角化してるんですけど、最初に作るのはこれで、ほとんどのキャラクターは四角のまま終わってますね。
So in some cases where the character absolutely needs to be triangulated, they will triangulate first and then do the sculpt. But in most cases, like square is fine. So this is the actual mesh that they are using in game. Yeah.
Very cool. Are there any questions? Yes, you in the front.
So, thank you very much. So I think I understand it. Y'all have the same point count for each model, and I believe that's what you've said. And is it, if so, is it easier for you to see the details or predict what you want the model to do?
Yeah, so it's a completely same topology. So it's going to be the same poly counts. It's going to be the same polygon counts.
So obviously the motivation's for it to be easier. So how is that easier?
So it's easier in a sense that because you can use the same rigging as well with other characters. So it can do some other like type of effects and like posing with the same like other characters. So it's a uniform mesh. So it doesn't require you to do additional rigging for each characters. 共通のトポロジーを使うメリットがどこにあるのかって話をしてて、でそれでリギングのところで同じリギングが使えるっていうところです。Yeah, because it requires you to do the same rigging, and because of that, it would need the same topology. Yep.
More questions. Great. Perfect. Let's go to you first.
All right. If I understand, so every time that a new costume is made for a character, you would have to make these blend shapes for it for every single time? Or are you creating these costumes so they can share some of these wrinkle maps and or some of these blend shapes?
新しい衣装が追加されるたびに彫ってるのか、それともある程度共有で利用できるリンクルマップを使ってるのかってどっちなんですかっていう。
服のことですよね。新しい衣装ができるたびに作ってますね。
So he's sculpting each single cloth when they add something.
なんかアルファとかなんていうか VDM とかで、できるだけ楽はしようとはしてますね。
So they are trying to make things easier, but currently it's like manual sculpting.
ただ結局形状が違うので作ることにはなります。
So in some cases, because you're like using this common thing, it might not fit your requirements, and it doesn't look cool. Then we need to adjust it accordingly. So.
Okay, I know there are some questions we have here. Are there any in the back? I don't want to make sure this bright light is not making me miss anyone. Yes. All right.
Hi. You didn't happen to bring Ed or Akuma as a model, did you?
That was my question.
What? Which characters? Ed
and Akuma.
エドモンド・ホンダと、ゴーキを、持ってきてはいないですよね、データでって。
エドモンド・ホンダは
ホンダいましたよ。
So we have Honda.
ゴーキは？
ゴーキはまだリリースされてないので。
So because Akuma isn't released yet, so we can't show it.
I asked that yesterday.
Yeah.
They said no.
どこが見たいか聞いてみて。
So where do you want to see on Honda? Oh, Ed?
Ed.
ボクサーの方。
エッドもリリースされてないので。
So it's not released yet, so it's the same.
NDA said no. Okay,
Sorry,
we'll
guys.
go with you, and then we'll go back to you.
Hey. Hello. Me again. Anyway, who was the first character that was used for all the TD stuff? Was it Ryu?
テクニカルなんかテストとかで使ってた時のキャラクターで一番最初に作ったやつって誰なんですかって。
竜から作りました。
いや、Ryu。
さっきの動画。
最初にやってる時は新キャラのデザイン、ルークのデザインもなかったので、まあストリートファイターシリーズ恒例なんですけど、まあ竜からとりあえず始めてみるっていう。
So we didn't have any like designs before, like when we were making the games. So it's a tradition when it comes to like Street Fighter. Ryu is the first character to make. Yep.
Hello, another question for me.
Yep.
I wonder how much scan data is being used when texturing the character skin. You guys didn't go for the texturing. Is it hand painted texture, or how much? If it's scan, how much? How do you guys utilize the scan data?
Okay. スキャンデータのテクスチャリングとかを例えばそのモデルに使ったりとかどうするのかっていうのと、あともし使っている場合にはどれぐらい使っているのかっていう質問ですね。
2つ目なんでしたっけ？
そう例えば今ゲームのモデルのテクスチャリングにスキャンデータで使ったテクスチャー情報を使っているのかっていう質問と、もしそれ使っているのであればどれぐらい使っているのかっていう質問。
そうですね。そのまま使ってるキャラクターはいないんですけども、スキャンデータからジェットラップとかでコピーしてきて、でそれをベースにちょっと色味の調整をしたりだとかシミを消したりだとかっていうふうにしてますね。
So there's no character which is directly using the 3D texture, like 3D scan textures, but in some cases there's some models that are using like 3D scan data and then like using ZWrap to actually project the like textures and then tweaking them to their liking so they fit the characters more.
Perfect. Okay. we have. Okay, go ahead, Louis.
You don't even need an introduction. I would like to ask, what does it feel like to work on what can be coined at this particular point as a legacy franchise? What does it feel like to work on those characters, and how does that feel?
歴史のあるフランチャイズだと思うんですけど、それのなんだ一つに関われてるっていう感覚ってどんなもんなんですかっていうところですね。どんな気持ちなのかっていう。
そうですね。ストリートファイターシリーズが好きで、会社に入ってきたんで、だいぶ嬉しいですね。
So he joined Capcom because he wanted to make Street Fighter. So it's an honor to work in the company.
Thank you.
Yep.
I was curious of the size of the character modeling team and the characters are very complex and very beautiful, and I imagine they take a fair amount of time. So do you get a chance to work on more than one or two, or are you on one and making all the costumes, and you're really owning one character, or are you splitting it up with another artist?
会社内の、キャラクターモデラーの、規模がどれぐらいなのかっていうのと、あと例えばその一つのキャラクターにすごく時間かかると思うんですけど、一人がどれぐらいのキャラクターを担当することになるのかっていう質問ですね。
会社の中で？
ストリートファイターの部分で、はい。
だったら
何人って言ってたか昨
日10人と
10人ぐらいって言った
メインのモードは確か10人ぐらいでやってて、ワールドツアーモードっていうのがあるので、それキャラクリを使うモードがあるので、それはまた別に10人とかもうちょっといたりします、ね。
So in the series we have the character creation where you can make the characters, which has more staff for that, but it's a separate team from the actual main character team, and the main character team has only 10 people inside.
で、
どれぐらいの一人がどれぐらいのキャラクターの担当できるかっていう話ですね。
自分はリリースまでで6体ぐらい作ったんですけど、他の人は多分4体ぐらいだとか。そんなに全員が同じぐらい作ってるっていうわけではないですね。もう本当にいっぱいできる人がいっぱいやるみたいな感じです。
So for his example, he made 6 characters for the main the game, and then other people from the team is making like 4 characters in some cases. So there's a slight difference in volume they can handle. Yeah.
Okay, great. Yep. Awesome. I actually have a question. I was noticing when you were showcasing your characters that one half of their body looks slightly larger than the other side. Is this for camera perspective for the game and the user's experience when they're playing, or is this more of an asymmetrical approach?
造形見てる時に気づいたんですけど、片方だけがすごくでかい造形がたまにあったと思うんですね。で、それはパースとかそういうのを意識して。意図的にその片方だけでかくして、非対称性を出しているのかって。
片方だけがでかい。ありましたっけ？どこですかね。
Where did you notice that?
Dalsim.
Dalsim.
I also could just be blind. It's possible. But when you're rotating, they just slightly. But it could just be me.
It could be perspective off.
Oh, it could be. Yeah, that's very true.
パースがオフだったからそれで気になって単純に。
Oh, yep, there you go.
Yeah.
It's just me, everyone. That's it. Thanks, Ian. Good job. Okay. We have time for one more question.
Last question.
So we're going to go.
Which character surprised you the most to learn from how to create?
作ってる時になんかいろんなこの学びがあったと思うんですけど、一番その発見があったキャラクターってどんなんですかって。
学び。そうですね。
ある意味で驚かされたとか、なんか勉強になったとか。
そうですね。ダルシム作ってる時はなんかこんな変な体の人いるんだみたいな驚きはありましたね。
レファレンス見ててってことです。
そうですね。
So when he was like making Dalsim, so there was like he was like referencing a lot of like models and characters, but like he found out that there's like a lot of like strange body shapes that the actual like human can have. So he was very surprised in those kind of findings. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, that's going to wrap it up for the questions. Thank you again so much, Capcom, and everyone else. Give a big round of applause. ありがとうございます。Thank you, thank you.
お疲れ様でした。
お疲れ様です。
Okay, so we do have some prizes to give away. There are no in-person prizes for the rest of the day, but that doesn't mean you get to leave. We get to support the online guys.
Sit tight.
But first, I would also like to thank Marvelous Designer for being a platinum sponsor. Thank you very much for making this happen. Let's go louder.
A little bit louder. Guys, a little bit louder. Day one, let's go. Show the energy.
All right, all right. Well, Louis Tucci, there's 6 prizes to give away. Do you want to give those away? Do you want to give them? I say let's let Louie do it.
Oh, boy.
Come on, Louie.
Booth Babe Louie. Okay.
Yeah. Louie.
Let's do it.
Come on. You were requested. Make that coyote howl.
So what are we, where are we at here?
Well, we're doing prizes.
No, I got that. Go Power Rangers. All kinds of things are happening here. We're just waiting on it to load.
There you go.
We got an XMD Academy bundle. Make some noise.
Woo!
Okay. Where's this going?
Oh, we're doing online.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Sorry. Oh, right.
It's all for the learning and for the fun.
Okay, so
it's been a long day,
yeah,
but
it's a very long day.
It is just the beginning.
Where are we at on this thing?
Well, it's popping in.
Okay, there. I was waiting for that. Thank you. So, congrats to Daniel.
Woo!
Congrats, Daniel. There you go. Put your hands together for Daniel. Daniel online. It's that easy.
It's that easy.
Okay.
We're just giving this away.
Daniel wins. There was an error that I felt maybe perhaps that the build-up would have been more significant because earlier we had no online prizes. When I was here earlier, there were no online prizes. Suddenly we've got online prizes. I think we need a little more fervor from our people in the studio audience.
I think so too.
Can we do a microphone check here? Can I get everyone to make as much noise as possible? 1, 2, 3. That's what I thought.
Yep.
Okay, let's give another one away.
I think so.
And
character creator and digital human bundle from Real Illusion.
Wow. Okay. And this one's going to, congratulations, Daniel. No, I'm kidding. Let's just wait on this. Capcom is not the winner on that one, but people are smashing the like button. Olivier takes home a bundle.
All right.
Okay, yes. Show the love.
So, I learned a thing today, Louis.
What did you learn? Here, let's talk here for a second.
Perspective is a thing.
I saw that, what you did.
Yeah, I did. You know what? My blind self just couldn't do it, and I'm in the ZBrush.
You do wear glasses.
I do, yeah.
I know that. But it's also been a long day for you.
Yeah, but it's just getting started.
Yeah, we are just getting started. So there was, here we are.
Are we?
What are you pointing at? What's happening to you?
He was just like, look. Because you know what? He knows this thing. I do the, look, something shiny. I get distracted really easy.
Okay.
Like, oh, hey, what's up, Drost? How you doing?
Oh, it's loading up.
Hey.
So what was the one here? Let's talk seriously for a second here at the end of the day here and keep it from going completely unhinged. What was the one standout for you across day one so far?
One standout?
Yeah.
Okay, that was really, really hard. Okay, but I have to say, I was come on.
What is it?
Besides Capcom being
hold
here,
this up. Let's see.
This thing has my face on it.
Let me see that.
I'm still mesmerized by this thing. This got passed around, and I am just flabbergasted.
Oh, that's actually
such
really
a
cool.
wonderful
Look at
present.
you're an avatar.
Absolutely.
Look at this.
So there's that. And if you want to make cool characters like this too, the 3D Character Workshop, where I actually learned a lot of my ZBrushing. Thank you, shout out to Shane Olson. Where, what?
He's spinning, ladies and gentlemen. Hold this up again. Shane Olson, yeah, there you go. That is a big prize. That's a lot of learning in a bundle. The 3D Character Workshop online classes, lifetime access. Whose lifetime is it anyway? What is a lifetime considered? 25 years? Shane, do I get access to this for 25 years? Is that what goes on here?
What are we doing, Shane?
Shane's like 90 years old.
Lifetime of your account.
And it looks like, no, this cannot be it.
Forever and ever.
You're telling me that the winner's name is Shane? You're egging me on right now. Stop it. They're giving me the cut. We are live and anything can happen. We're about to hit the streets in a minute.
Hey, let's check this again.
My lips. Hang on a minute.
Come on, it can't be Shane. Shane can't win his own prize.
Okay, congratulations to, are you ready for this?
Yes.
Anna.
Yeah.
Okay, come on, show a little love.
Yeah.
Okay, so.
Louis, I'm going to ask you the same question while we wait for the next prize.
Sure, go ahead.
What was one thing that really stood out for you?
Stop that. There's people in the audience making all kinds of crazy gestures. If you haven't, number one is if you haven't come to the ZBrush Summit in person before, come on down tomorrow because that's day 2. We encourage you to. So the one standout for me is probably all of the people outside and in the audience being back in person.
Yes, absolutely.
There's a tremendous amount of energy, and I just think it's one of those intangible things you can't get from being on a computer or doing a live stream or whatever. I just really relish the opportunity to be here with the people. And maybe, tomorrow with a ton more people in the room, I'll just maybe try to crowd surf.
Yeah, absolutely.
Get that out of my system here.
Well, we have another Character Creator 4 by Real Illusion.
Wow.
It's another lucky online.
Another win.
These are really amazing tools, by the way. Seriously. Some of the best and the best.
Okay, and we've got it coming up here. Let's see.
And the winner is... I'm not going to quit my day job.
Dermot. Dermot is the winner.
Dermot.
Dermot, wherever you are. May your learning be fulfilling, wherever you are, Dermot. Okay. Gosh darn it, he says.
We have a couple more?
Couple more, I believe. Yeah.
Sweet.
We're doing a total of 6 right now. The number 6. So yeah, I really, isn't that awesome? We just had Capcom talking about making Street Fighter characters using ZBrush. Let me tell you what.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something.
Okay, go ahead.
I almost went, you know where.
Where'd you go?
Never mind. Let's talk about it. That game started off as like this very simple kind of 2-dimensional situation.
Yeah.
And for it to come full circle, you know, like from the flat Street Fighter 1 all the way to where we are today, to see it here, that's monumental.
It's crazy.
I think really. Oh, look, a 1-year subscription to the Gnomon Workshop. Ooh. Wow.
There's a lot of learning in there.
There's
a lot.
You literally, if you were to like ask me, you know, you could curate your entire trajectory as a human being.
1 year can change your life.
In 1 year, yeah, in 1 year you could change your life. Joseph just smiling at me emphatically, like, yeah, he's not.
He's like,
you
yeah,
know what I mean?
I'm
He's
on there
doing his
too.
best. I'm getting them. Here we go. Congratulations to Dermot. The people are still clapping for Dermot. And the winner on this one is Deb.
Deb, congratulations.
Deb. Okay, get my groove foot on there. Yeah, I think that's a big prize, actually.
No, that is a huge
You can go, like, you can learn traditional fundamentals with DVDs by, or not DVDs, but workshop videos by John Brown.
Yep, absolutely.
You go all the way up to, like, 3D modeling, and you will have done yourself a total solid over the course of a year.
Also,
1 quarter
too,
at a time.
Covering lighting,
Sure.
composition, storytelling.
Illustration, 3D modeling, smorgasbord of ZBrush tutorials and things inside of there, among other things. Rigging, an entire series with Eric Keller on Maya, introducing Maya.
Yep.
Mind blown. What are you doing? Turn that down. What the heck's going on?
What are you doing?
A lot of people are, oh, look at this. I'm learning some new words. Hang on. It says here, jelly, lit, L-I-T, congrats, fire.
Yeah. Free online class.
Clap.
No, man. The expressions are real, right?
And yeah, no, and man, do I ever learn something new every day here? Okay. Some of these things I'm not sure I should say them out loud. OMG. All right, we got a free online class going to, let's see here.
The Antissa.
Please, free classes, please. Congratulations, Jorge or George, however you want to say that. Yes, let's clap. That's
Perfect.
George with
Yeah.
a J. George with a J. My goodness. A labor
Are we
what, 10th
done, or was
anniversary?
that it? That is it.
That's it.
for the day. It's sad though because we're wrapping up, right?
But you know what, Ian
Yeah.
Robinson?
Yes, Louis Tucci.
AK. Tomorrow.
What do we got?
Saturday, we start the action at 10 a.m. Be here. Be wherever you are online. Tune in. Again, who should we thank? What's the sponsor's name?
Marvelous Designer.
Marvelous
Platinum
Designer.
sponsor. Thank you so very much.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay, so now a really important thing. Let's put our hands together for Ian and Paul. Really loud.
Thank you, thank you.
A little louder, a little louder.
Little louder for Louis.
right, yeah,
Come on.
Thank you, thank you. Okay, so we're back at it tomorrow with a whole mix of things to do. Don't you dare miss it. Sign up, and we'll, on behalf of Ian Robinson, I'm Louis Tucci, and this is the ZBrush Summit 10th anniversary. That's what they do, right?
That is what they do. Hey, yeah.
That's what they do in media. That's how we cut. Okay, anyway, so this is the 10th anniversary. Really happy to be here, and that's the end of day one.
That's a wrap.
High five. We'll see you all tomorrow. Thanks. Ian, your phone. Don't leave it.
The best part of my day is when I'm creating in ZBrush. I look forward to and cherish every single minute using it to solve concept design problems. ZBrush gives me the competitive edge I need in a demanding industry and has opened doors to incredible opportunities and experiences. I truly love the entire brilliant team behind ZBrush and the supportive community that surrounds it. I'm always looking forward to the new innovative magic they come up with next. Thank you, ZBrush.
Every single week, there is new artwork that is awe-inspiring.
ArtStation helped me get to this job where I am today.
Being able to see their work on ArtStation and then reach out to them in that same space is really helpful.
Literally the entirety of our artists who work here, we found and originally connected with through ArtStation.
You really can't find more amazing artists in one place.
To everyone on the ZBrush team, just my biggest congrats for 10 years at a ZBrush Summit. That's an amazing achievement. 10 years of offering just this incredible platform for so many artists to offer insights and expertise to our community. It's been 10 years of inspiration, truly. I know for me, I'm truly proud to have had the chance to participate in my own little way. I look forward to another 10 years of what you guys bring to our community. And I know for me, ZBrush has been nothing short of an amazing tool that has really given me the opportunity to grow as an artist and expand in my career in ways I never thought imaginable. So I'm truly grateful for that. And once again, congrats, you guys. Just job well done. Let's do another 10. Cheers.
Hi everyone, my name is Francesco Ru and I've been using ZBrush since roughly 2015. I've started my journey in London in 3D printing initially, and after a couple of years I've decided basically to become a full-time freelancer, and this decision was really facilitated by the program because it allowed me a lot of freedom and versatility to take on board different kind of projects and also like to choose a different type of workflow each time.
Hey guys, my name is Jameer Blanco. I'm a senior character creature artist at Blizzard Cinematics, and I've been using ZBrush for over 14 years. ZBrush for me has been what some people like to call a godsend. It's the bread and butter to my craft. It's honestly what got me into doing CGI for games and films in the first place. Before ZBrush, it just seemed so difficult. Like, how do people even make CGI characters? Maya back then, it's the only thing I knew with nerves, curves, and poly modeling, and it was not fun. It wasn't until I discovered ZBrush and really started seeing what it's capable of that things started to click. That was back when Dynamesh came out and everybody's mind was blown, right? You can now digitally sculpt anything you want without having to worry about topology, resolution. The only limit's your imagination. That's when I was like, okay, this is crazy. This is fun. I can see myself doing this for a living. And that's really how I started using ZBrush. I was doing a lot of 3D stuff before ZBrush, but it wasn't until I incorporated it into my workflow that my art really started to shine and go to the next level. And as technology continues to evolve, so does ZBrush, and it doesn't surprise me that they continue to be at the forefront of innovation and digital sculpting after more than a decade. Is that? Yeah, that's me, I'm sorry. Sorry, you want me to make a character for your film? Okay, 1 minute. All right, guys, sorry, gotta get back into ZBrush. See ya.
Hi, my name's Michael DeFeo, and I've been asked to say a few words about how ZBrush has affected my work, my career, and my life. And in a word, I would say profoundly. It has been a real game changer for how I work, the quality of work I make, the quality of life, and how it affects my daily life in terms of doing the work and getting it done and enjoying the process of sculpting. I started out doing traditional sculpting, and you can see up here there's some clay sculpts and some digital sculpts and all kinds of things. But it was right around the time when I was working on Rio at Blue Sky that I realized ZBrush would really be the way to go for my career, for animation specifically. Mostly it had to do with the editing capability of ZBrush. So for example, a director comes by and says, hey, love that sculpt, but what would it look like if the head was, just 10% smaller? In the old days, I would have to resculpt the whole thing, Obviously, we don't have to do that with ZBrush. We scale it and go along. So that whole ability to edit and change rapidly with the whole flow of the process and the production was really key to me understanding that that was the way to move forward. Thank you, ZBrush, for helping my career move forward and for helping my eyesight and every other thing. Thanks very much.
Hi, my name is Dr. Paul Shivago. I'm a dentist. I'm a dental specialist, a prosthodontist. I'm doing crowns, bridges, veneers, cosmetic dentistry, and I'm also an implant surgeon. I use ZBrush in my dental routine on a daily basis, and I also teach ZBrush to my residents at NYU. I'm the course director for digital dentistry at NYU. And I think ZBrush is really a fantastic tool that fits into dentistry, because traditional dentistry creates all the restoration and everything that we do. We will shape the forms out of wax, and then we have techniques to convert them into dental restorations. Now I can do exactly the same thing with ZBrush, because ZBrush is also allowing me to just create shapes organically without me being, far different in the workflow as if I work with wax, and I can do this with my patients. So basically I can sit down with my patients and we can both design their restorations, and I can really make a creative process out of that, where I will decide with my patient how the aesthetics will be for their next, dental appearance. So we can create the teeth together, and then we will convey them into the work for the final restorations. So I hope that more and more people will understand in my industry as well, in dentistry, like the power of ZBrush. Since we go more and more digital into dentistry, ZBrush is a perfect tool to individualize and make it like a creative, artistic process to get beautiful new teeth.
name is Yariv Newman. I'm a concept designer and art director for Pitch Dev Studios, and I've been using ZBrush since my 7th term at Art Center. That was circa 2005, 2006, and it's come a long way since then. The freedom to play, and that's what every artist really enjoys, is that moment where he just has fun with his work and it's not frustrating. Like, that's what ZBrush allows us to get to that part of the process much sooner, much further along. And every single feature that they've added since I've been using it has always been about how can we make this an enjoyable process to create art, to create 3D models. And it set the bar very high for that every application that I've seen, therefore on out, has been about how do they put the artist first? How do they put that creative process first and that technical process second? And ZBrush has achieved that in a very short amount of time. And I look forward to seeing the next 20 years of ZBrush. Thank you so much. And I hope you guys are enjoying your 2023 ZBrush Summit.
Learn jewelry design and object fabrication through ZBrush. Expert, beginner, and every skill level in between. ZBrush Jewelry Workshops can help you bring your digital dreams into reality. Taught by leading industry professionals. Use the offer code SUMMIT to get a $100 discount on membership.
I wasn't like the prodigy of drawing. I was just looking at how to improve my art. So I started taking Gnomon classes. I was the youngest person in my term. I came out of high school, so I kind of had to have this mentality of, was I ready for Gnomon? Got the internship at Legacy Effects because they really liked the creature design work that I did. And then they hired me, and I was working there 4 years. As long as I'm doing character work, as long as I'm telling a story, that's really all that drives me.